was compelled to make inquiries. And I'm sorry to inform you that on this this Google, etc., the photos of shaking hands, there must be handshaking between the Honorable Vice President and that Pakistan journalist, but that has been withdrawn, must have been withdrawn. But other photos of shaking hands are available on Google.
Okay,
And
that's...
that also my staff was able to search because he was sitting in the corner. Those people who are helping to remove these evidence, they were not aware that we will be able to trace out this photo.
So you're saying there's direct proof, sir, of Mr. Hamid Ansari shaking hands with Nusrat Mirza also, which is fully available. So there's no way that Mr. Ansari can be speaking the truth when he's saying that he doesn't know about Nusrat Mirza, doesn't know who he is, has never met him. You're saying that he's invited him for several events here in India.
Yeah. So only others I can't say, and because what I can, when I was asked to invite him, so other Honorable Vice President must have also requested other organizations to invite him. So I don't doubt what the people are doubting, that he was instrument in getting him visas for 7 cities and all these things, and getting invitation from Indian organization or Indian people, so that he can travel in different parts of the country.
Mr. Aggarwal, you mentioned something earlier about why you felt the need to speak out, about how your picture was doing the rounds, referring to you as a Modi Bhakt. Even now, there are some who say that, we have to take what he says with a pinch of salt because he's a Modi Bhakt, because he's written books on Prime Minister Modi. How do you respond to this, sir?
You see, because I am the co-author of book on Honorable Prime Minister with American author, and another book with a British author that has been, even the Honorable Prime Minister has signed that. So people feel that I'm Modi Bhakt. There is no problem. I'm really Modi Bhakt. I'm not annoyed with that. But involving my name to get the protection that if Adish Aggarwala's conference name we will mention, then there will be no inquiry. That is bad. And because they were thinking that throughout the world. So they thought there will be no answer to this. So, but ultimately I was in India, and when my friends informed me this is moving on Twitter, so I was compelled to inform the general public.
Do you believe, Mr. Aggarwal, with all the information that you've told us here on India Today, the picture also that you've published now on social media and handed over to us, do you believe there's a need not just for Mr. Hamid Ansari to clarify, but also for the Congress? Because Mr. Jairam Ramesh has also come out to completely back Mr. Hamid Ansari here.
Yeah, was not proper. It was our Vice President has not acted as an office bearer of Congress. So they should have not involved. But they try to see that we are protecting such person because ultimately they may have some vote bank. So I feel with that purpose they try to protect, mislead the people, and not by ordinary spokesperson of Congress party. He is the very seasoned leader, ex-minister, and the general secretary. So this was improper for Congress to try to protect. And he also made a statement in writing that they attended our conference, and that means that Pakistan journalist attended our conference and Vice President attended our conference. He is referring to that Pak spy is now referring to that conference. And they should have done it. Even today, our honorable retired presidents, vice presidents, they are getting so much facilities from the government. They have secretaries, they have staff, the government is providing as per rules. So they should have made, but this was intentionally done. It is not that they were not aware. When he cancelled for taken out 40 minutes from my conference, just being annoyed that we have not invited him, because his position become awkward when he is the chief guest, he is the vice president, and on his request, the organizers have not invited him. But my problem, how
Yes,
I
sir.
can invite him? He's a journalist, not a lawyer, not a judge.
I also, sir, just to put this, clarify completely on every fact here with regards to this conference, was there a request from the former vice president, from his office, to invite anyone else besides Nusrat Mirza, or was it only for him, singularly him?
Only this Pak journalist Nusrat Mirza. No other.
Okay, that's damning. So we'll await a clarification also on that. Sir, you're a very senior advocate yourself. You've said that, your name is being dragged through the mud here, particularly on social media, with several saying that it was at your conference that the Pakistan journalist, that the spy was invited. Do you plan to also take this up legally, sir, now?
I could not understand your question. Because some voice.
Sure. So I'll repeat my question. I'm asking, as a senior advocate, considering all that's happened and the fact that your name has been brought up time and again on social media, as you mentioned, are you planning to take this up legally as well?
You see, it is a man of my stature filing a case against some unknown, because some Bole Bharat, some Twitter account is there. They put my photo of release with Justice Balakrishnan, and because it was in 20 languages, that book. So they put that and saying that Modi Bhatt, author of Prime Minister book, has invited not the vice president. So involving filing, we are public men. People bark, but I wanted to give my explanation to the general public, because I received so many calls from my friends. So we are not supposed to be the petitioners. In very, very rare case, we file when this is a general cause, is there, not individual cause.
Okay. Dr. Adish Aggarwala, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today, sir. You've really unraveled all the details about what played out in that conference, where you've categorically said that you and the organizers from the International Council of Jurists refused to give an invite, despite the former Vice President Hamid Ansari's aides seeking that. You refused to invite the Pakistani journalist. This picture is, in fact, from 2009. So I appreciate you taking the time out and joining us this morning, sir, and giving us clarity on exactly what happened. We'll wait and see what Mr. Hamid Ansari has to say about what you've told us, and also, importantly, what the Congress has to say on this.
Whether the other conference was given permission by Ministry of Home Affairs and External Affairs, that is very material. And whether he sought the clearance for attending that conference from the Ministry of External Affairs. That is, because whenever international conference is there, they are supposed to seek clearance.
No, we're going to ask those questions as well. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here on India Today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So you just heard that explosive account from Dr. Aggarwala there in length, when he's told us that former Vice President Hamid Ansari wanted the Pakistan journalist Nusrat Mirza, who's emerged now as a spy for the ISI, he wanted him invited to the 2010 conference. And when it didn't happen, Hamid Ansari refused to attend the conference for the whole hour, instead cut it short by 20 minutes. The BJP is latched onto this. We're going to continue getting you all the biggest newsmakers on this big story. It's time for me to slip into a short break here on First Up. Coming up on the other side, we'll be getting you all the latest national stories of the day and the investigation into the Kill Modi plot that's emerged in Patna. With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're First Up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. India Today got you details of the sensational Kill Modi plot that had emerged in Patna when the Prime Minister had visited the city just a few days ago on July 12th. 5 arrests have taken place so far in this case, and it's likely that the MHA could in fact hand over this probe to a central investigating agency. But let's get you the details we know, because a PFI link has emerged in this particular case. Mohammad Jalaluddin, a retired sub-inspector from Jharkhand, and Atar Parvez, they were running an organization to make India an Islamic nation by 2047. That was their mission. The duo was essentially training misguided students in physical combat, and this was happening just 15 days prior to Prime Minister Modi's visit. The Ministry of Home Affairs is likely to hand over the Patna terror module case to the NIA. Links to radical Islamist groups like SIMI and PFI have also emerged. The man leading the probe has landed in a soup after drawing parallels between the RSS and PFI training camps, and the SSP has been served a notice now to explain his comment within 48 hours. The Bihar police earlier conducted raids of the Fulwari Sheriff office of the suspected terrorists. During this raid, the police found incriminating documents, one of them titled 2047, India Towards Rule of Islamic India. 25 PFI pamphlets were also recovered.
ये बहुत ही गैर जिम्मेदारना, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और भर्त्सना योग्य है, और मैं इसकी पूरी भर्त्सना करता हूं। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ एक प्रामाणिक राष्ट्रवादी संगठन है। देश के विकास, संस्कृति, संस्कार, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमेशा उसके स्वयंसेवक खड़े रहते हैं। हमें गर्व है उनके काम पर, और उसकी तुलना पीएफआई ऐसे एक राष्ट्र विरोधी आतंकवादी संगठन के साथ करना, इससे बड़ी कोई गैर जिम्मेदारना बात हो नहीं सकती है।
Chilling Kill Modi plot. A terror module out to target the Prime Minister's July 12 Patna rally, when the Prime Minister was on a brief visit to Bihar. Links to radical Islamist groups like SIMI and PFI have emerged. A larger conspiracy unearthed to establish an Islamic India by 2047. Patna police has busted a terror cell and arrested 2 accused. One of them is Mohammad Jalaluddin, a retired sub-inspector of Jharkhand police. The other one is Atar Parvez, brother of a 2013 Patna bomb blast accused, who had then targeted Modi's campaign rally.
मोहम्मद जलालुद्दीन ने बताया है कि वो अतहर परवेज, जिनका हिस्ट्री बहुत ही दागदार रहा है, वो सिमी के एक्टिव मेंबर रहे हैं। पिछले 2 सालों से पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई के आड़ में कॉवर्ट ऑपरेशन कर रहे थे, लोगों को रेडिकलाइज कर रहे थे।
But it was not just Modi who was on target. As per cops, the terrorists were part of a larger plot to change India into an Islamic state, with a 2047 deadline. The objective was to establish Islamic rule in the country and restore the status snatched away by the British when they conquered India and dethroned the Muslim rulers.
उनके विजन में ही टर्की का उल्लेख है कि जो इस्लाम के बियरर्स हैं, फ्लैग बियरर्स हैं, अगर स्टैंड ऑफ की स्थिति आती है स्टेट के साथ तो उसकी मदद लेंगे।
तो 2047 तक भारत को इस्लामिक मुल्क बनाने की इनकी मंशा है उस डॉक्यूमेंट के हिसाब से। आपको
मैं ये नहीं कह सकता हूं, बट डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो रिकवर्ड हुआ है उसमें तो यही लिखा है।
दिस इज द PFI flag in large numbers. It has been seized. Apart from that, several incriminating documents here relating to SDPI. You see here, these are documents incriminating documents relating to SDPI, how SDPI used to help. This is the membership form of SDPI, how you can enroll yourself, become a member of this party, of this organization, rather, Social Democratic Party of India. And all this clearly goes on to show that the suspected terrorists were planning something really big. And Prime Minister's Patna visit was on the radar.
The conspirators plan to enlist support of India's 10% Muslim population and Islamic countries like Turkey to achieve their sinister objective.
इनके जो भी ऑफिस बियरर्स हैं और जो भी इनके मेंबर्स थे, क्योंकि उनकी हम लोगों को सूचना प्राप्त हुई है, हम लोगों को डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं कि कमेटी में कौन कौन था, और उनमें से बहुत से लोग नामजद भी हुए हैं, और उनके हम लोग बैंक अकाउंट्स और जितने भी उनके फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस हुई हैं कम से कम पिछले 1 साल में, उसकी हम लोग जांच करवाएंगे.
The man leading the probe has landed in a soup after drawing parallels between the RSS with the PFI training camps. The SSP has been served a notice to explain this comment within 48 hours.
जैसे शाखा होती है, आरएसएस अपनी शाखा ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं और लाठी की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसी तरह से ये लोग शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण, फिजिकल एजुकेशन के नाम से लोग अपने यूथ्स को बुला के और उनको प्रशिक्षण दे रहे थे, और उसी के साथ ही जो अपना एजेंडा है और प्रोपेगेंडा है उनके माध्यम से यूथ्स को ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम कर रहे थे.
As per cops, the accused also did a dress rehearsal, training for 15 days to practice the attack on Modi's rally. The accused say they were merely running an NGO. The cops, however, have unearthed terror funding to the tune of 83 lakh rupees and ample proof that youth from Kerala, Bengal, UP, Tamil Nadu and many other states were coming to get terror training with the accused.
More searches, more raids are being carried out. The police, the Patna police is also contacting several other state police from where what we have learned that several youth from in those states were also coming to this training center in Patna. So massive terror module has been busted by the Patna police, and investigations have, in this case, have just begun, and more arrests are likely to take place in next few days. With camera person Nadeem Alam, this is Rohit Singh in Patna for India.
News break coming in this morning. Sources telling India Today that the MHA has issued an advisory over a threat to the covered yatra, which is now underway. So an alert has been sounded in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh as well as in Uttarakhand. Now, the MHA advisory is based on a terror threat from radical elements. Sources telling India Today that the MHA has issued this advisory for the covered yatra and has hinted at a threat from radical elements. Thereby, security has been beefed up in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh as well as Uttarakhand. There's been unprecedented deployment of security in all of these states as the devotees, as part of the covered yatra, actually walk along, and they ensure that security is deployed along all of the roads. That's a story we'll continue to track very closely here on First Up. Coming up on the other side of a very short break is a special broadcast where we focus on the debate over Virat Kohli. What's ailing Kohli and can he bounce back?
is a certain amount of pressure, just because even when we're shooting any commercial or anything, they strive for perfection. And so, you know, every shot, every angle, every lighting has to be perfect. So sometimes you're shooting for hours and hours, and, you know, one thing is out of line and then it's a whole new setup. So
when I did begin training, I trained every day of the week. I had dance classes every single day. Let's see, I had weekly evaluations, which is a very big thing in the K-pop industry. I did those for months and months and months, and then finally the day came where my company told me I was getting prepared for debut.
Has the axe finally fallen on a formless Virat Kohli? India's superstar batsman has been rested for the tour of the West Indies. But BCCI chief Sourav Ganguly has come out in Virat's support, saying that Kohli has both the ability and the quality to bounce back. But the question that is being asked across the country, why hasn't Virat been able to find form over the last 2 years? This is a prolonged period of Kohli not being able to get runs. Does Kohli need to go back to the drawing board? We look at that, but take a look at our lead story.
And now down the wicket, but he's held it. What a catch!
The T20 squad for the series against West Indies is out. If one thought that Virat Kohli will make use of this opportunity in the 5-match series, the news is that the former India skipper has chosen to skip the series. Runs have not been coming and Virat Kohli has decided to take rest. Form and runs have deserted Virat Kohli and now he has started to lose support too.
I can tell you that.
While many have been gunning for his head, the unexpected support he has received is from the BCCI President Sourav Ganguly.
Look at the numbers he's got in international cricket. That doesn't happen without ability and quality. Yes, he's had a tough time and he knows that. He's been a great player himself, so he knows himself by his own standards it has not been good, and I see him coming back and doing well. But he's got to find a way which makes him successful, as he has been for the last 12-13 years or maybe even more, and only Virat Kohli can do that.
It's been 77 international innings since Virat scored his last century, which came way back in November 2019. But the problem is not just with the centuries, but the runs that have dried up considerably across formats. And also the strike rate at which those runs have been coming, especially in the shorter formats. Now with the T20 World Cup just 3 months away, there is a school of thought that insists that Virat doesn't merit a place in the T20 side. The numbers though paint a different picture, at least in T20 internationals. Since 2021, Virat has played 8 innings in T20Is with an average of over 47 and a modest strike rate of 130.7. But in the 2 IPL seasons in that period, his 29 innings have fetched just 746 runs at an average of 25.72 and a strike rate of 117.7. His numbers in tests and ODIs though are worse and nothing compared to what they were before 2020. Former India skipper Kapil Dev was one of those who think that Virat Kohli doesn't deserve a place in the Indian team. He said, and I quote, "If world number 2 test bowler Ashwin can be dropped from test side, then your number 1 batter can also be dropped. If he isn't performing, you can't continue to keep the youngsters out." Kapil Dev's viewpoint was also endorsed by former India pacer Venkatesh Prasad, who, without taking Virat's name, said in his tweet, "The yardsticks seem to have changed drastically now, where there is rest for being out of form. This is no way for progress. There is so much talent in the country and cannot play on reputation. One of India's greatest match winners, Anil Kumble, sat out on so many occasions, need actions for the larger good." However, these are voices coming from outside the dressing room. What does the team management think of the current situation with regards to Virat Kohli?
ये एक्सपर्ट लोग मुझे पता नहीं कौन है, एक्सपर्ट क्यों बोला जाता है उनको, मुझे वो नहीं समझ में आता है। नहीं देखिए, वो बाहर से गेम देख रहे हैं, उनको पता नहीं अंदर क्या चल रहा है। ये हमेशा हमें ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। जब आप ऐसे कमेंट्स बाहर निकलते हैं तो ये चीज ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि प्लेयर का क्वालिटी कभी खराब नहीं होता, तो वो उस क्वालिटी को बैक किया जाता है क्योंकि प्लेयर के पास क्वालिटी है और हम वो क्वालिटी देख के प्लेयर को बैक करते हैं। और ये मेरे साथ हुआ है, XYZ के साथ हुआ है, सबके साथ हुआ है, तो इसमें कोई नई बात नहीं है।
For a man who could do nothing wrong on the cricket field just a few years ago, Virat's place in the Indian team has become the biggest talking point now. Surely for what he has achieved for Indian cricket, Virat deserves a long rope. But the question is, when will that rope and patience end? Sports Bureau, India Today.
Should Virat Kohli be in India's team for the T20 World Cup? What has gone wrong with him? And what should he do to try and bounce back? Joining me, I want to welcome first Madan Lal, champion Indian bowler, all-rounder. Joining us also is Nikhil Naz. We've got Vikrant Gupta joining us, sports editor of Aaj Tak and the hugely popular Sports Tak. Vikrant, welcome. And Rajdeep Sardesai joins us, switching from his political hat to his cricketing avatar. And we've got Pradeep Magazine, one of India's leading cricket journalists, joining us, author of the book Not Just Cricket, A Reporter's Journey Through Modern India. So let me start by asking Vikrant about Virat Kohli now being rested or being dropped. Did he ask for a break? Has he been forced to send on a break? What's really happened?
Well, he's not been dropped. He's not been rested. Being rested means that the board or the selectors must have wanted you to take a break. They didn't. In fact, they took a lot of convincing. They told Virat he must go to the West Indies to play in the T20s because now there's a stage where the Indians want their final 11 to be formalized, and maybe a couple of games in the West Indies they would have wanted to play with that final 11. But Virat had written to the board about 10 days ago that he wants rest, that he wants to skip the West Indies tour altogether. In fact, if you remember, Ravi Shastri was the first one to say he's been overcooked, and only yesterday Ashish Nehra mentioned how Virat needs a 4 to 5 week break, and he's taken exactly that, a 4 to 5 week break, which means that Virat will now possibly come back in the Asia Cup, which is not going to be easy. It'll be played either in Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, not very good wickets to bat on for players in T20s. And I think it has been conveyed to him that even though now he is an integral part of India's World Cup campaign, yet if there is a youngster like Deepak Hooda who has 8 games in the West Indies, or Shreyas Iyer, or Rishabh Pant, or Ishan Kishan, or Dinesh Karthik, who gets runs, then what happens? I think Virat can only control what he can do, but he now doesn't control the selection of the team, which I think primarily will depend on what he does in the Asia Cup and what others do from here on till the end of the Asia Cup.
Rajdeep, what's gone wrong with Virat Kohli in your view, given the fact that here was India's champion batsman, the successor to Sachin Tendulkar? Is this just a normal lean patch which comes in a batsman's career, or has something gone dramatically wrong?
You know, Rahul, if you would ask me this question about 6 months ago, I would have said he's going through a lean patch. I actually saw him very interestingly in November, every morning at the CCI, practicing intensively for an hour. Clearly, there was something outside the off stump that was troubling him. He and Sanjay Bangar were working on it hour after hour. And I thought that, you know, like every great batsman goes through, you can go through a temporary slump. I think at the moment there is something technically and perhaps, dare I say, even in the mind that's not fully out there, but particularly technically outside the off stump. And that takes time. You need to go back to the nets, but more importantly, you need to get match practice to get yourself fully tuned. My worry for Virat Kohli is that because now you're going to play a lot of white ball cricket. White ball cricket is never ideal, in my view, to get back into real form. You need to play that longer format. I still feel Virat has a lot to offer in Test cricket. But in one-day cricket and in most particularly T20 cricket, I think Virat, Rahul, is at the moment someone who is trying to sort of hit his way out of form, which is not ideal. I saw him in the IPL also. Clearly, he was battling with himself. And I think when you've set such high standards, then when you don't match up to them for an extensive period, it starts playing on your mind. And that's the sense I get from Virat Kohli. I still believe that he will eventually come good, particularly in the long format. But T20, you know, Rahul, I'm going to say something which some will say, I think he should give up T20.
Why?
I don't think T20, to my mind, is the ideal format for Virat at 33, 34 if he wants to play the next 5 years. I'll tell you what he told me in those nets. He said, I want to play 150 tests for India. So when I was calculating, that meant another 5-6 years of cricket. You know, I think he's fit enough. As we've seen with Djokovic, Nadal, Federer in tennis, they play almost up to 40. I think he can play till 40. But the question then is, you've got to start deciding, I'm not going to play T20, I'm going to play the big matches. I think Gavaskar made a great point on the program we had the other day where he said, look, Virat Kohli is picking and choosing when he wants to play for India, but he's more than happy to play for RCB. That doesn't work. If you are going to play in this T20 World Cup, you're going to have to prove yourself over the next 2 months, and you can't say, I'm not going to the West Indies, I'm resting. Why not just say, I've decided T20, I've had my fill of it, I want to focus now on 50 overs and test cricket. I think that would be a better way.
Everybody's going to be on Morgan. I mean, here was the England captain, a World Cup winning captain, giving up captaincy of the team, retiring altogether 3 months ahead of the World Cup. He could have played that T20 World Cup. He could have led England in the next year's main World Cup as well. But that's an English.
No, but that's because I think even Morgan realized he was not the same player anymore. I think somewhere a player must realize, today playing all 3 formats is a huge strain on you. T20, 50 overs and test
cricket.
But
in India, we don't give up. That's the problem. I think Sachin did that in 2007 when he said, I'm not going to go to the World Cup, the T20. And he told Ganguly, he told Rahul Dravid, he told Anil Kumble, you also don't go. Let's send a young team. But then T20 World Cup was a newish thing. Nobody knew that the Indians would win the World Cup. And I remember Saurav Ganguly came on a chat immediately after India won the World Cup. And I said, Dada, आपने सोचा था इतना बड़ा हो जाएगा? He said, हाँ सोचा नहीं था, शायद हम भी चले जाते. And I think you also look at Virat Kohli. The problem in your cricket comes when A, your skill is down. Clearly his skill is not down.
Why?
It is mental. Look at John Bog. Look at former Australian captain Kim Hughes. They literally cried off the game because of the mental strain. When the focus is on you 24 hours, 365 days, this can happen. Maybe this break can actually do him good. But will that do India good? That's the question. Because Virat may come back, refresh, and the mistakes that you make while you're batting is when you play every day and you're getting out, your problems are being magnified because of the T20s. When you don't bat for a month, you don't go near a cricket field for a month, maybe you come back stronger. But again, like Rajdeep said, if he does that, that may prolong his cricket career. But what happens to the T20? Will he be India's strength or will he be a liability then?
You know, in the midst of all of this, Lalit Modi has just tweeted some pictures of a holiday he went on in the Maldives and in Sardinia with Sushmita Sen, who's now his better half, and he's talking about a new family life, and he's saying he's over the moon. But anyway, that's besides the point.
Really?
Yeah, so I just saw that while we write it. See, 3 cricket journalists and I'm breaking the news. Batao ye kya
I had no clue.
Aise kaise hoga? Come on, Vikrant. Come on, Nikhil. This is not on.
I must confess, as you know, I've been in touch with Lalit Modi over.
He didn't tell you he was seeing Sushmita Sen?
I mean, I obviously Lalit Modi has a life which I have no clue about. I only ask him questions about cricket.
And he's lived his life king size.
Yeah, he's lived his life king size. But this is a bit of a surprise again. So, well, good luck to Lalit Modi and good luck to Sushmita Sen.
Madanal, you've seen some big cricketers and rough patches.
Yeah.
Tendulkar has been through rough patches. Ganguly has been through rough patches. Before that, Gavaskar has been through rough patches. When you compare across the pantheon of cricketing greats, how do you compare the lean patch that Kohli is going through with what others have gone through? Is it roughly the same or is it looking different to you?
Yeah, definitely, I think, his form is in concern, for the Indian team. But, the only few things can happen, if you go out of form. Technically, you might be wrong,
What do you think is going wrong?
I think it's going wrong, offside off stump, which we are all talking about. I think he's got a little bit of confused,
But some of it is bad luck, like what happened in that test match where he dragged the ball onto the stumps. He's trying really hard to leave it just this.
Yeah, that's right. Or second thing is, like you mentally exhausted, because the break might do him a good, but Vikrant rightly said, you have to perform. Whenever you come back, if you don't perform, then I think he'll be struggling to get into the side. But definitely, I believe he should go to Australia for a 2020
You think he should play the T20?
He should.
Why
because
should he
why?
Rajdeep says he should retire from T20.
One minute. I said if he has to choose between the three formats, he must give up T20.
Yeah,
that's all I said.
I agree. That can be happen after the World Cup. Why I'm telling you that he just...
No, but earlier, I mean, Vikrant and Nikhil and Rajdeep are genuine cricket fans. I'm a Mockatarian cricket fan. But the fact is, earlier when Kohli went out to bat, people were really happy, Kohli's gone to bat. Now when he goes out to bat, they think, he ball kharab karega, let him get out.
No. When he goes to bat, we pray.
Yeah.
We pray he should get runs.
But the one thing that everyone mentioned, that his weakness is outside the off stump. I think what you're not looking at is that weakness has now been amplified into various things. If you watch cricket on a daily basis, when the off spinner comes, he's in trouble. When the leg spinner comes, he's in trouble. When the seamer outside the off stump comes, he's in trouble. When the left arm fast bowler comes, he's in trouble. So there's not just one thing of that outside the off stump. Now, if you're watching cricket regularly, you realize there is too many things that are troubling him.
Why do you think?
So I tell you, I know that at the moment you've had new words that have been called unparliamentary, that Andolan Jeevi cannot be used, and you cannot use words such as corruption. In cricketing parlance, you cannot use the word expert at the moment. So that's unparliamentary. So I will not term myself as I will not term myself as an expert and give you the reasons why he's not doing well, but I will quote a few former players that have looked at why is it that Virat Kohli isn't scoring runs, and a few former players come to my mind who said that, listen, he's predominantly a bottom-handed player. As he ages and his reaction falls even minutely to half a second, he's going to struggle to get runs. What is true now is, as Rajdeep mentions, he'll go on to play till 40. I'm not sure he'll be able to play to 40. You spoke about a lot of players struggling, the likes of Sachin Tendulkar, top-handed player. He would find a way to get back into form. The thing with Virat is, it's been 2.5 years, he's not got 100. And unfortunately, if you speak to quote-unquote experts, they think that probably now you'll never see the best of Virat. So if that's the situation, then whether he decides to leave one format or the other, it's not going to help him.
This bottom man thing is a very interesting thing, because every cricketer over, my old man father would always say, if you're a bottom man player after a certain age, you will struggle because they were hand-eye players. Exactly. You look at the great Viv Richards.
It happened with Sehwag also. And I think another point.
Viv Richards' average before he was 33, 34 was in the high 50s. It came down into the mid 40s after 33, 34 because he was also at the great Viv Richards, as great a player, struggled in the last 5-6 years. But you see, in that period, you had a lot of matches where you could get rid of some of the deficiencies. Now what happened
in a Ranji Trophy game just before his last.
When was the last time Virat
why can't Kohli go back to a Ranji Trophy match?
See,
he doesn't have time, meaning what? Instead of playing some of these matches, he should go and play in the, which is what Ganguly did, which is what Dravid did, which others have done.
But here he has the opportunity of playing international cricket. He's leaving that out. Let alone play domestic. In those days, you never had international cricket, so you said, I'll go to domestic, I'll get some form.
Pradeep Magazine, if you're going hell for leather, you can't pull that off. Yeah. That's problematic. If you're being very calibrated and that doesn't seem to work, then the batsman just has all these demons dancing around his mind.
Look, Rahul, I think what are we debating? We are not debating whether Virat is a great cricketer or not, or a great batsman or not. We are not debating whether he should be dropped from the main format, which is Test cricket, which is where Virat would feel humiliated if he's dropped today from it. T20 cricket is for younger people, fitter people, fresh legs. As I was saying earlier, 30, 40 in 10 balls is much more valuable there. There are 11 batsmen playing and facing 20 overs only. They are not going to play for 5 days. They are not, their stamina, their technique is not being tested. In fact, you have to defy the technique and hit those, what I call tullas. 5-6 tullas of 10 balls are more important than 100 or 120 balls. Virat is a great cricketer, but let's respect his skills, everything. But let's, for the sake of him and for the sake of India, not stretch this debate too much that it's a humiliation to him and he will feel bad, and let him be dropped. T20, after all, it is a format which even Virat, if Virat has a zero legacy in T20 cricket, he won't mind it as long as his legacy in Test cricket stays as what it is today.
That's an important point.
पता नहीं कुर्ता कल कैसे पागल हो गया, वो लड़का जिम चला गया था और बस काटने लगा माता जी को.
The Pitbull dog, who 80-year-old Sushila used to feed, walk every day and take care of like a child, the same child took Sushila's life. An 82-year-old retired teacher, Sushila Tripathi, was mauled to death by her son's pet Pitbull dog. Her son Amit, a gym trainer, owned 2 pet dogs, a Pitbull and a Labrador. The dog which attacked the woman, named Brownie, was brought home 3 years ago. Brownie came to protect Ankit's home, who knew that the family members would need protection from this dog instead. The incident took place at 6 a.m. when the woman was alone at home. Later, her son found her lying in a pool of blood. This is how neighbors described the incident.
चिल्लाने की आवाज़ें आ रही थी. हम लोग बाहर गए तो देखा वो काफ़ी काट चुका था, काफ़ी घायल कर चुका था उनको. दरवाज़ा अंदर से बंद था. इनका बेटा गया हुआ था, जिम ट्रेनर है, तो उसको फ़ोन लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे जो इनके यहाँ टेनेंट्स रहते हैं, बट वो फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहा था. जो भी रीज़न था, वो बिज़ी होगा, जो भी उसको नहीं पता होगा. और अंदर जाने का एक रास्ता था, बट कोई उस टाइम पे इतना नहीं रिस्क उठा पाता अंदर जाने का. तो कई देर तक वो मसला चलता रहा. वो अपना काम करता रहा, घायल करता रहा. हम जितना बाहर से पत्थर मार मार के उनको बचा सकते थे, बट वो हटा नहीं वहाँ से, क्योंकि वो उसके सामने था उसका शिकार जो था.
एक लेडीज़ वहाँ से दौड़ते आई, कह रही है अमित को कॉल कर दो. उनकी मम्मी को डॉगी उनका ख़त्म ही कर रहा था उस टाइम. हम लोग पहुँचे तो देखा पूरे आंगन में ब्लड. जितना कोशिश हो पाया हटाने की तो हटाया, बाकी वो छोड़ नहीं रहा था. फिर जब अमित आया तब उसने फिर एकदम से वो सिलेंडर हो गया, एक रूम में जाके छुप गया, फिर उसका से निकला ही नहीं वो.
She was rushed to Balrampur Hospital where she succumbed due to excessive loss of blood. As per postmortem reports, a total of 12 severe wounds from neck to abdomen were found on Sushila's body. Now neighbors want authorities to take strict action.
और वो पहली बार नहीं है, ये पहली भी कर चुका था. वो एक दो बार कर चुका था. उसके बाद भी कोई लिया नहीं गया एक्शन. मैं एज अ रेसिडेंट बस यही है कि वो कुत्ते को यहाँ से हटना चाहिए, और नगर निगम को इस चीज़ पे, और मुझे नहीं पता उसके पास लाइसेंस है इस कुत्ते का या नहीं.
Following the incident, the Lucknow Municipal Corporation issued a manual for keeping dogs named Swan License Control and Regulation Bylaw 2003.
सबसे पहले तो जो है इस तरह के फ्यूरियस डॉग लोगों को पालने से बचना चाहिए, क्योंकि सब जो भी ये कुत्ता पालता है बड़ा खर्चीला कुत्ता है, खाता पीता भी बहुत ज़्यादा है, और सभ्य समाज में रह रहे हैं लोग, तो इसमें ऐसा नहीं है कि उनको बहुत जंगली शिकारी टाइप के कुत्ते पालने की ज़रूरत पड़ती है. अपने शौक़ के लिए अगर पालना है तो जो डोमेस्टिक ब्रीड है उन्हें पालें, इस टाइप के खतरनाक कुत्तों को न पालें.
People who are fond of keeping dogs will be now required to mandatorily get a license after adhering to several conditions.
देखिए, अगर किसी के पास लाइसेंस नहीं है तो हम 500 से लेकर 5,000 तक जुर्माना करते हैं. अगर जुर्माना नहीं देता तो हम कुत्ते को जब्त भी कर लेंगे.
According to Lucknow MCD, one should refrain from adopting dog breeds that are deemed dangerous, such as the American Pitbull, Rottweiler, Siberian Husky, Doberman, Pinscher and Boxer breeds. The manual further states that people should have their pets bound in a way that there is no objection to the neighbor. A total of 4,824 licenses were issued in Lucknow city, out of which almost half were for large breed dogs.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
In association with
Airtel Extreme Fiber.
If it's important, blue dot it. Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Friday morning. We're focusing particularly on the situation in Sri Lanka. The latest ground reports coming your way as Gotabaya Rajapaksa has finally resigned as the president of Sri Lanka. All the latest on that story and much more coming over the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the headlines. Sensational twist of former Vice President Hamid Ansari's link to Pakistan spy Nusrat Mirza. Former jurist Adish Aggarwala tweets picture of Ansari and Mirza sharing the stage in 2009. BJP hits out. Probe into Kill Modi plot intensifies as PFI links continue to unravel. 5 terrorists arrested. NIA likely to take over investigation. Phase 1 of the Common University Entrance Test kicks off. Over 14.9 lakh students will give the exam to get admission into 45 coveted universities. Spiritual leader Dalai Lama sends across a strong message to China amid his Ladakh visit, seeks meaningful autonomy for Tibet to preserve Buddhist culture. Gotabaya Rajapaksa finally resigns as Sri Lanka president amid massive protests, flees to Singapore and snapped shopping at a duty-free at the airport. And Rishi Sunak gets closer to 10 Downing Street. The Indian origin MP won the first 2 rounds of voting for the Conservative Party and leads the race to become the next UK Prime Minister.
I'm so grateful you're all willing to give up your time to help us restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite our country. Thanks also to all my colleagues who have supported me so far. I know that working together, we can bring our party together and beat Labour.
And let's begin with a news break coming in on another massive diplomatic win for India, and what no doubt comes as a huge boost to Indo-US ties. The United States has waived the Sanctions Act on India, which was imposed over the S-400 deal with Russia. India has won and a Trump-era threat has been given a burial. This is a huge vindication for India's defense autonomy. Essentially, the countering American adversaries through Sanctions Act has been essentially waived for India. Remember that this sanction was in fact imposed on India for the S-400 deal with Russia, but it looks like constant dialogue, diplomacy has worked in India's favor now, with the United States taking that big step of waiving the act on India. Let's take this across to Gaurav Sawant and Geeta Mohan, who are joining us on the broadcast. Gaurav, I'd like to begin with you. Good morning. The United States has referred to this perhaps as the biggest step in Indo-US ties since the nuclear deal, and that's exactly what this development is.
You know, this is monumental. This is huge when it comes not just to India-US relations, but also India and US effectively countering China's aggression in this entire region. This is landmark. India, of course, had been advocating for CATSA, saying India's acquisition of the S-400 system predates CATSA, and India will go ahead with the missile defense system, which is very crucial along the line of actual control for India's defense against China. The fact that there is bipartisan support to this in the United States of America is extremely significant and will go a long way in 2 ways. One, it strengthens India-US relations because US appreciates India's concerns and India's very strong stance. India needs the United States needs India. Democracies need each other to counter an expansionist China. That message goes across. The US wants to wean India away from Russian military hardware, but that will not happen overnight, given the strategic ties between India and Russia that go back almost more than half a century. So America also realizes that, and there is bipartisan support towards that. And this CAATSA waiver goes a long way in strengthening Indo-US ties and India's military modernization, both going hand in hand, Akshita.
Very true, and this is very clearly a message being sent across to China as well. Let me bring in Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs editor, also on this broadcast. Geeta, who would have thought? You know, there were so many naysayers just months ago saying that Indo-US ties have hit rock bottom. This is clear proof, clear indication that our diplomatic ties with the United States is at a new high. Geeta, can you hear me? Apologies, looks like Geeta is not with us. But this is the big breaking story that we have for you here on India Today. The United States taking that big step of waiving the CAATSA, countering American adversaries through Sanctions Act on India. Remember that these sanctions were imposed over India's S-400 defense deal with Russia. But now in that big monumental step, it's been waived. All right, let's cut across to news coming in from Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has resigned, and we're expecting the official statement on the same any moment now. We're standing by for an address by the Sri Lankan speaker that confirms that yes, Gotabaya Rajapaksa has resigned. Remember that Rajapaksa is currently in Singapore and has sent across his resignation letter after endless delays. Essentially, he wanted to wait to ensure that he reaches his safe haven, which is clearly Singapore right now, and then send across his resignation. The pictures that you see on the right of your screens are the latest of Gotabaya Rajapaksa seen with his family shopping at the Singapore airport at the duty-free. So we're expecting an official address, one that will lead to civilians rejoicing. They've been protesting for this very moment for Gotabaya Rajapaksa to finally resign. He sent across the letter to the speaker. That has been confirmed, but the official communication from the speaker is expected. What happens next? Well, there are two fronts. One is that members of the parliament have said that they want Ranil Wickremesinghe to also go, that he cannot be the acting president in these circumstances. They're saying that the speaker should be the acting president. So will that happen is still a big question mark. Also, civilians have been saying that there must be elections held immediately. A new president must be chosen. Pramod Madhav is joining us live from Colombo with more details on this. Days of protests, days of agitation, Pramod, will culminate in this moment. We're expecting the speaker to, announce officially that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has resigned. Take us through what's the mood on the ground.
Certainly, Akshita, this is the moment at the ground currently, and we are still at the President's Secretariat because the other buildings, that was the President's Palace, Prime Minister's Residence and the Prime Minister's Office, have been handed over to the government officials once again. This apparently is a goodwill gesture by the protesters over here who claim that all they need was a new Sri Lanka without a corrupt organization or any political leader on it, and that's the reason they have done so. So that's the reason you see very much less people. Even at Secretariat today, there were consecutive emergency and all other kind of curfews and all that actually brought down the crowd. But just like you mentioned, today they are expecting the speaker to make the announcement. In fact, this announcement was expected yesterday night itself, and this from same location. This is Golface, where the protests actually started. They actually started celebrating yesterday night also. However, there are a bit of confusion because even though the Speaker's office has said that they have received the resignation letter, the Speaker wants to make sure that it is valid as per the Constitution, so they are waiting for it. Through sources, we came to know that the Speaker is waiting for the actual hard copy of the resignation letter. All those things are the ones that is delaying the fact. But right now, today, around 9:30-10, we are expecting the Speaker to bring out this announcement about the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa. And not just that, the people also, another mandate, very important mandate for them, is the resignation of Ranil Wickremesinghe, the acting president. But that seems will be delayed because for now he is not ready to resign. He is giving his own reasons for it, and it looks like the Speaker and the other party leaders might go ahead and announce another candidate as the Prime Minister. It could be Sajid Premadasa or Anura Kumara or Sarath Fonseca. There are quite a lot of names, but currently this is the situation over here. The protesters, the last bastion for them, occupied Presidential Palace, and everyone in Sri Lanka are waiting for the announcement from the Speaker's end.
And we're going to track that very closely. Pramod telling us that many of the buildings that were captured by these protesters are now being released as a goodwill gesture because Gotabaya Rajapaksa has finally resigned. Thanks, Pramod, for joining us with that live report from Colombo. And let's get you details of what's happened as far as Gotabaya Rajapaksa is concerned. His resignation has been delayed quite a bit over the last few days, and that's because he was ensuring that he exits out of Sri Lanka, went to Maldives, and then, considering that was a stopover, was waiting to reach all the way to Singapore. He's now in Singapore and so has handed over his resignation letter. In our next report, we're also getting you the latest images that have emerged of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, where he's seen shopping at a duty-free while his island country burns.
First images of Gotabaya Rajapaksa after fleeing Sri Lanka. The 73-year-old was spotted shopping with his wife at a duty-free shop in Singapore's Changi airport. Gotabaya could reportedly fly to Saudi Arabia from Singapore. Singapore government has clarified that the Lankan leader has been allowed to enter the country on a private visit and he has not sought asylum. After safely making his way from Maldives to Singapore, Gotabaya sent his resignation letter through an email to Lankan Parliament Speaker on Thursday. The Speaker is expected to call the Parliament to meet in 3 days. The resignation of Gotabaya triggered celebrations in Sri Lanka. People were seen dancing at Colombo's Golf Face Park. Having laid siege to the presidential palace, Prime Minister's office and the Secretariat for over 6 days, protesters have agreed to hand them over to authorities. The political turmoil may get resolved soon, but the economic crisis continues to deepen.
Cooking gas is something really very essential, but because of the supplies worst affected for next month, be it the petrol, be it the diesel or the cooking gas, every day these women are forced to queue in line facing the heat and the humidity. When supply is affected, their kitchen affected, their families affected, and that has forced them to hit the street against the government.
Tourism, the mainstay of Lankan economy, is badly hit. The economy on the whole has tanked. The supply of essential goods is disrupted. Gotabaya's successor will have many hurdles to negotiate. With Ashutosh Mishra and Pramod Madhav in Colombo, Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today is getting you exclusive details. More and more voices speaking out on the controversy surrounding former Vice President Hamid Ansari and his alleged links to a Pakistani spy. On your screens right now is an image from 2009 where you see the Pakistan spy Nusrat Mirza along with former Vice President Hamid Ansari. The chairman of the All India Bar Association, Adish Aggarwala, who was an organizer of a conference in 2010, has made a sensational claim. He says that the conference, which in fact former Vice President Hamid Ansari had attended along with Nusrat Mirza, was actually 2009 conference, an international conference on terror, and that was attended by the former Vice President, a Pakistan spy, and they chose not to disclose it. He's also claimed that Hamid Ansari and his friends were fraternizing with Pakistan journalist Nusrat Mirza at the Jammu Masjid United Forum's conference. BJP trained guns on Hamid Ansari and alleged that he's concealing his association with the Pakistani spy. Remember that the former Vice President has spoken out. He's denied all these allegations, saying he's never met, didn't know this Pakistani Pakistani spy. He referred to it as a litany of falsehood that's been unleashed on him personally. The Congress too chose to defend Hamid Ansari. But this picture that's now emerged of Ansari with, in fact, Nusrat Mirza on the same dais has led to a lot of questions. And I spoke to Dr. Adish Aggarwala earlier about what he has to say, that there was a meeting that Nusrat Mirza had attended his conference back in 2010. Listen in. Dr. Aggarwal, you've spoken about him not attending finally. The Pakistani journalist didn't attend. A picture that you've put out shows the Pakistani journalist Nusrat Mirza on the same dais with the former vice president. Your contention says that this is from another conference?
No,
can you give us details about this picture?
It was in 27th October 2009.
Okay.
It was organized by Jammu Masjid United Front in Oberoi Hotel. And when my name was it was told by Congress and the president, he came in this program and we invited him. That's why I was compelled to do research. And I found that the Honorable Vice President was sharing the dais with the Pak journalist in that conference organized by Jammu Masjid United Front. And as a matter of fact, why Honorable Vice President is telling that he attended our conference, this journalist, because that conference organized by Jammu Masjid United Front was illegal. Because when international conference is being organized, a permission has to be obtained from Home Ministry and Ministry of External Affairs. And because this was for Muslims organized, and the purpose of that conference was to dispel the doubt that Muslims are creating terrorism, developing terrorism. That was the main purpose of holding that, because that statement was made by Mr. Kapil Sibal about 10 days before when that conference was organized. So they have not sought any permission from Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, and the President and Vice President. They are supposed to seek clearance from these ministries. And rightly, the Honorable Vice President had told that he is attending, he is invited, he is accepting request once the conferences, such conferences are cleared by government, Ministry of External Affairs, Home Ministry. Our conference was cleared by Home Ministry, Law Ministry, and Ministry of External Affairs. So he pointed out that a journalist attended our conference. Intentionally he made this averment, because that other conference was totally illegal and it was not proper on the part of the Honorable Vice President to attend a conference which is not cleared by the government.
So let me just put this in context for our viewers from what you've told us, Mr. Aggarwal. The picture on the screens right now is from a conference 27th October 2009, which is where the former Vice President, Mr. Hamid Ansari, is seen along with the Pakistan journalist Nusrat Mirza. The event that you held, the conference, was in 2010. Do you believe, sir, that then the Congress as well as the former Vice President are using your conference in a sense to shield themselves by justifying themselves, saying that, look, Mr. Mirza wasn't in attendance in your conference?
Yes, that is correct. He used the name of our conference now that so that our intelligence agencies, government should not make any inquiry about the other conference which was totally illegal and the Vice President has attended without the clearance of the Ministry of External Affairs and Home Ministry.
And this Friday morning, let's also get you the latest updates on the investigation into the Kill Modi plot that's emerged in Patna. Prime Minister Modi was just a few days ago in Patna on July 12th, and it's emerged that at that point, terrorists tried to target him. 5 people have been arrested in Patna for being involved in this terror module. Mohammad Jalaluddin, a retired sub-inspector from Jharkhand, and Atar Parvez. They were running an organization to make India an Islamic nation by 2047. The duo was training misguided students. They were also giving them physical combat training 15 days prior to Prime Minister Modi's visit. In the latest, the Ministry of Home Affairs is likely to hand over the Patna terror module case to the NIA. Links to radical Islamist groups like SIMI and PFI have emerged. The man leading the probe has landed in a soup after drawing parallels between the RSS and these PFI training camps. The SSP who made that comment has been served a notice to explain his comment within 48 hours. The Bihar police earlier had also conducted raids at the Fulwari Sharif office of the suspected terrorists, and they found incriminating documents, one of them titled 2047, India Towards Rule of Islamic India. 25 PFI pamphlets have also been recovered.
ये बहुत ही गैर जिम्मेदाराना, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और भर्त्सना योग्य है और मैं इसकी पूरी भर्त्सना करता हूं। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ एक प्रामाणिक राष्ट्रवादी संगठन है। देश के विकास, संस्कृति, संस्कार, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमेशा उसके स्वयंसेवक खड़े रहते हैं। हमें गर्व है उनके काम पर और उसकी तुलना पीएफआई ऐसे एक राष्ट्र विरोधी आतंकवादी संगठन के साथ करना, इससे बड़ी कोई गैर जिम्मेदाराना बात हो नहीं सकती है।
Chilling Kill Modi plot. A terror module out to target the Prime Minister's July 12 Patna rally. When the Prime Minister was on a brief visit to Bihar. Links to radical Islamist groups like SIMI and PFI have emerged. A larger conspiracy unearthed to establish an Islamic India by 2047. Patna police has busted a terror cell and arrested 2 accused. One of them is Mohammad Jalaluddin, a retired sub-inspector of Jharkhand police. The other one is Atar Parvez, brother of a 2013 Patna bomb blast accused, who had then targeted Modi's campaign rally.
मोहम्मद जलालुद्दीन ने बताया है कि वो अतर परवेज, जिनका हिस्ट्री बहुत ही दागदार रहा है, वो सिमी के एक्टिव मेंबर रहे हैं। पिछले 2 सालों से पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई के आड़ में कॉवर्ट ऑपरेशन कर रहे थे, लोगों को रेडिकलाइज कर रहे थे।
But it was not just Modi who was on target. As per cops, the terrorists were part of a larger plot to change India into an Islamic state with a 2047 deadline. The objective was to establish Islamic rule in the country and restore the status snatched away by the British when they conquered India and dethroned the Muslim rulers.
उनके विजन में ही टर्की का उल्लेख है कि जो इस्लाम के बियरर्स हैं, फ्लैग बियरर्स हैं, अगर स्टैंड ऑफ की स्थिति आती है स्टेट के साथ तो उसकी मदद लेंगे। तो
2047 तक भारत को इस्लामिक मुल्क बनाने की इनकी मंशा है उस डॉक्यूमेंट के हिसाब से।
मैं ये नहीं कह सकता हूं, बट डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो रिकवर्ड हुआ है उसमें तो यही लिखा है।
This is the PFI flag in large numbers. It has been seized. Apart from that, several incriminating documents here relating to SDPI. You see here, these are documents, incriminating documents relating to SDPI, how SDPI used to help. This is the membership form of SDPI, how you can enroll yourself, become a member of this party, of this organization, rather, Social Democratic Party of India. And all this clearly goes on to show that the suspected terrorists were planning something really big, and Prime Minister's Patna visit was on the radar.
The conspirators plan to enlist support of India's 10% Muslim population and Islamic countries like Turkey to achieve their sinister objective.
इनके जो भी ऑफिस बियरर्स हैं और जो भी इनके मेंबर्स थे, क्योंकि उनकी हम लोगों को सूचना प्राप्त हुई है, हम लोगों को डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं कि कमेटी में कौन कौन था, और उनमें से बहुत से लोग नामजद भी हुए हैं, और उनके हम लोग बैंक अकाउंट्स और जितने भी उनके फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस हुई हैं कम से कम पिछले 1 साल में, उसकी हम लोग जांच करवाएंगे।
The man leading the probe has landed in a soup after drawing parallels between the RSS with the PFI training camps. The SSP has been served a notice to explain this comment within 48 hours.
जैसे शाखा होती है, आरएसएस अपनी शाखा ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं और लाठी की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसी तरह से ये लोग शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण, फिजिकल एजुकेशन के नाम से लोग अपने यूथ्स को बुला के और उनको प्रशिक्षण दे रहे थे और उसी के साथ ही जो अपना एजेंडा है और प्रोपेगेंडा है उनके माध्यम से यूथ्स को ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम कर रहे थे।
As per cops, the accused also did a dress rehearsal, training for 15 days to practice the attack on Modi's rally. The accused say they were merely running an NGO. The cops, however, have unearthed terror funding to the tune of 83 lakh rupees and ample proof that youth from Kerala, Bengal, UP, Tamil Nadu and many other states were coming to get terror training with the accused.
More searches, more raids are being carried out. The police, the Patna police is also contacting several other state police from where what we have learned that several youth from in those states were also coming to this training center in Patna. So massive terror module has been busted by the Patna police and investigations have in this case have just begun and more arrests are likely to take place in next few days. With camera person Nadeem Alam, this is Rohit Singh in Patna for India.
And let's take this across to Rohit Singh, who filed that detailed report for us. He's reporting live from Patna. Rohit, even as the investigation moves forward, you know, there's talk of a central agency being sent in also to take over the investigation. There's a controversy now over a comment made by the SSP, where he's actually compared PFI training camps to RSS camps. And we understand he's been pulled up now by the authorities.
Well, absolutely, Akshita. The SSP of Patna, Manavjit Singh Dhillon, has dragged himself into a controversy by making that comment, and the BJP is going all guns blazing against him. So since yesterday we are seeing right from the state leaders to the central leaders, they are hitting out at the SSP for his unwarranted comments, what they say. And they say that the SSP had no business to make that kind of a comment, which is like something like a comment made by a politician. And a series of BJP leaders are demanding the state government to take action against him, to remove him from his post of SSP of Patna. And today we saw that former Union Law Minister Ravi Prasad also jumping into this entire controversy and said that he was especially more pained because this SSP, Manavjit Singh Dhillon, was SSP of Patna. That was the parliamentary constituency of Ravi Prasad. So we are seeing that the BJP is going out all against the SSP and demanding his removal and action by the government. And the police headquarters also seems to have taken this comment of the SSP very seriously and served him a 48-hour notice. A show cause notice has been sent to him, asking him to explain the reason why he made those comments and under what circumstances. Akshita.
Okay, Rohit, thank you for joining us with all of those details. This is a story we'll continue to track very, very closely. All right, let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in this morning. There's been a huge issue and a row over Namaz being offered at the newly inaugurated Lulu Mall in Lucknow. And now the showdown has peaked, with Hindu groups also seeking not to recite the Hanuman Chalisa in the mall. They're saying if Namaz is allowed, allow us to chant Hanuman Chalisa. This controversy broke out after the video that you see on your screens shows people offering Namaz in the mall premises, leading to a protest by a right-wing Hindu group that also filed a police complaint. Members of the group also sought permission from the local authorities to recite Hanuman Chalisa near the mall today. An FIR has also been filed in this particular case. Remember, the mall authorities have said that they haven't given permission to offer namaz in the mall and that they're looking into this particular incident. Abhishek Mishra is joining us live from Lucknow with more details on this. Abhishek, this is a newly inaugurated mall. There's been so much buzz about the Lulu Mall, and now it's focused on this entire controversy with Hindu groups saying we'll chant Hanuman Chalisa next in the mall.
Well, certainly, Akshata, and this has created a lot of controversy here in Lucknow with the fact that how this mall was inaugurated by CM Yogi Adityanath, and afterwards, just after 2 days, the video surfaced on the social media where the Namaz were being performed there, and now the right-winger Hindu Mahasabha is clearly, rejecting this, and at the same time is saying that now they will enter the mall and will chant Hanuman Chalisa or the Sundarkand. So this is what is coming now. But on the other hand, the mall administration has already filed a complaint against all those people who were, doing the namaz. And at the same time, the Hindu side, the right-wingers have also complained about the fact that there has been a lot of things which has happened inside. But now they're still adamant on the fact that if there is no action taken, they're still adamant on the fact that they will be doing the Hanuman Chalisa and the Sundarkand part. Today also, one of the spokesperson of the Hindu Mahasabha has clearly said that another video is coming out, and this clearly shows that this is not a Lulu ball. Instead, it looks like it's a Lulu mosque. So this is what is coming out. Now it remains to be seen how the action is going to be taken, although the complaints have already been filed, and the mall administration has made it very clear that they had nothing to do in it. And at the same time, both the side, be at the videos which are surfacing, and at the same time, the Hindu right-wingers who are clearly rejecting this and asking for an action on this whole issue. Yes.
All right, Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us with all of those details. Now let's get you details of the controversy that's been playing out in Rajasthan with several calls for violence, for communal violence. An Ajmer cleric, Gohar Chishti, who also raised the Sartan Se Juda call against Nupur Sharma, has been arrested in Hyderabad. The cleric in a video was seen raising provocative slogans at the premises of the Ajmer Dargah. He was caught by the Ajmer police. The cops had taken cognizance of the speech and registered a suo motu case against Gohar Chishti. After receiving a tip-off about the presence of Chishti in Hyderabad, the team of the Ajmer police went there and nabbed him. Many clerics in Ajmer have unfortunately raised provocative slogans either against the country or against Hindus, and this step has been taken finally after endless outrage over what Gohar Chishti had said.
कोई उदयपुर हत्याकांड से भी कोई इसका लेना देना है, इसके बारे में भी जांच की जा रही है। अमानुल्लाह नाम का एक व्यक्ति
News coming in of a Hindu temple idol being allegedly damaged. This has happened in Marmat area of Dora district in Jammu. The idol of Lord Shiva has been damaged. Cops have taken cognizance of the incident. An FIR has been registered in the matter. They've also appealed for peace and calm till the investigation is completed. At this point, they've launched an inquiry into who is behind this incident. The temple has allegedly been vandalized. The idol of Lord Shiva also has been damaged. And let's cut across to big breaking news coming in from Sri Lanka. It's now official that Gotabaya Rajapaksa has resigned. The president of Sri Lanka has officially stepped down, and the speakers confirmed that he is resigned and that he sent across his resignation letter to him. Big development. This no doubt will lead to protesters celebrating, because all of the protests, all of the agitations that you've been seeing on the streets of Sri Lanka for the last many days has been for exactly this, for Gotabaya Rajapaksa to finally resign. And the speaker has officially now announced that he's accepted the resignation, that he has stepped down. Remember that Gotabaya Rajapaksa is currently in Singapore. The image on your right of your screens is the latest pictures of him shopping at a duty-free in Singapore. And now the speaker, in a press conference, a very brief statement that he put out, has confirmed that yes, the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has stepped down and that he submitted his resignation letter. This will be a turning point as far as the political turmoil in Sri Lanka is concerned. The economic crisis is quite another matter, but there have been protests against Gotabaya Rajapaksa. So the first step has been achieved, which is that he's resigned. Now protesters are also pushing for Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's currently the Prime Minister and the acting President of the country, to also step down. We'll await some clarity on whether Ranil Wickremesinghe continues as the Prime Minister, as the acting President or not? Let's take it across now to Pramod Madhav, who's joining us live from Colombo. Pramod, protesters must be ecstatic now. Finally, Gotabaya Rajapaksa has resigned, has been confirmed by the Speaker. What next? Is Ranil Wickremesinghe going to remain the acting President, considering there are protests against him as well?
Akshita, it seems like Ranil Wickremesinghe is going to stay as the acting president for some time, at least 7 days, because as far as we know, the Speaker has said that the next president appointment will be within 7 days. That is from 15th to 22nd July so far. This will be also confirmed by the Speaker's office soon. However, we are currently at Golf Face. This is the exact place where the protest started. From this location only, thousands and thousands of protesters gathered and they stormed into the presidential secretariat, and this location currently we are expecting people to come over once again. The primary important goal for them was the resignation of Gotabaya Rajapaksa, which has finally occurred, and in fact it took them several days more because he earlier said that he will resign by 13th of July. That did not occur because he wanted to have a safe asylum, and finally he has acquired it in Singapore, and from there he might go to a Middle East country. That's the reason the letter was delayed. Speaker finally has accepted that the letter, he has received the letter. He was very conscious. Abhay Mahinda was extremely conscious, not jumping into any, providing any kind of information, because he wanted to make sure that the letter was as per the constitutional laws of Sri Lanka. That's the reason he waited so long, and finally he has announced that Gota has gone home. The struggle of Sri Lankans here at Colombo, called as Aragalaya, the struggle has finally succeeded for them. This is the location from where it all started. For nearly several months, people were standing here. They were raising slogans against Gotabaya Rajapaksa, and the only thing they were saying was, Gota, go home, Gota, go Gama, and finally they have succeeded.
Yeah.
We are expecting celebrations across Colombo. Here you have the stage where it occurred, but right now the next step seems to be the choosing of the Prime Minister and the President. Akshita.
Okay, Pramod, thank you for joining us with that live report. Protesters, civilians celebrating as finally Gotabaya Rajapaksa has resigned, has been confirmed by the Speaker. Coming up on the other side of a very, very short break here on India Today, we're focusing on the Dalai Lama's visit to Jammu. He's on his way to Ladakh and he sent across a stern message to China. Details on that coming up in just a bit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
Jumla Jeevi, Bal Buddhi, COVID spreader, Snoopgate, and even commonly used words like ashamed, abused, betrayed, corrupt, drama, hypocrisy, and incompetent. No, we aren't reading words from the Urban Dictionary. Believe it or not, these words have now been termed as unparliamentary according to a new booklet by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. What this means here is that none of these will make it to the Rajya Sabha or the Lok Sabha records. This comes ahead of the monsoon session beginning on the 18th of July. Other seemingly common words that have made it to this list here are bloodshed, bloody, betrayed, ashamed, abused, cheated, chamcha, chamchagiri, chelas, childishness, corrupt, coward, criminal, crocodile tears. It's important to note that action cannot be taken against any MP in any court for the use of this unparliamentary language. These words will only be expunged or deleted from official records. And this isn't a new custom here, borrowed from the British. It dates back to 1604. It is in place to enforce a collective sense of proper behavior. Rajya Sabha Chairman or Lok Sabha Speaker vets these words spoken in the House during the session, and the unparliamentary words are expunged by the Chair. This falls under Rule 380 of the Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Lok Sabha. The compilation here contains all those references to words and expressions declared unparliamentary in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha and state legislatures, all that happened during 2021. This was in addition to those disallowed in some of the Commonwealth parliaments in 2020. So how did parliamentarians react to this? Mahua Moitra of the TMC wrote in her tweet, and I quote, sit down, speak with love. The word Sanghi is not included in the list of new unparliamentary words of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Basically, the government has done this to stop the use of all the words used by the opposition. How BJP...
Welcome back. Let's get you also the latest updates on the Common University Entrance Test, the CUET, which has been, of course, in the midst of a massive debate. And today, phase 1 of the exams begin. Over 14.9 lakh students are taking the CUET, which will ultimately determine their admission to 45 central universities. Speaking to India Today, Delhi University's Chancellor Yogesh Singh declared that by 2023, there could be 2 CUETs held twice a year. Phase 1 kicks off from today until July 20th. Students will appear for the exam in 2 slots. That's the morning slot and the afternoon slot. With over 55,000 subject combinations, students will be tested in 3 different sections, from general knowledge to language skills and also core subjects. The CUET will ultimately end the cutthroat cut-off mark system. Students who pass this Common University Entrance Test will then be eligible for admission into 45 co-vetted central universities.
हमें जब यूनिवर्सिटी में एडमिशन लेना है तो फेयर चांस हमको सबको देना चाहिए। ये टेस्ट एक फेयर चांस देगा। और सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि अगले साल, अभी यूजीसी चेयरमैन ने घोषणा भी की है कि हमारी कोशिश होगी कि अगले साल ये साल में 2 बार हो। तो ये इतना अच्छा होगा कि साल में 2 बार होगा तो उससे बेस्ट जो परफॉर्मेंस होगी उससे स्टूडेंट्स को एडमिशन मिलेगा।
And let's get you all the updates from the ground. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining us live from Delhi. Also with us is Lalit Sharma, who's getting us the latest updates from Mohali in Punjab. Aishwarya, I'd like to begin with you. You know, after endless hiccups, after endless confusion, today phase 1 kicks off. And how are things on the ground? You know, are students seemingly more prepared? Because there were a lot of questions about what kind of challenges the aspirants have been facing.
Well, let me tell you, Akshata, the entrance exam has already begun. It began at 9 o'clock in the morning. The students are inside this very building giving, some would say one of the most important exams of their life. Akshata, do you remember what it was like when we used to give our boards, burning the midnight oil, feeling anxious? That's exactly what the students were feeling. However, they said that they are now fully prepared to give this entrance exam. Just look around and you will see the faces of the parents who have come here accompanying the children. They are now waiting for the children to step out. The next batch will begin at 3 p.m. today. The students say that this is a new test, but they are very confident that the studies which they have done, they have prepared very well. Most of them were looking very confident when they went inside. The results will be out and then we'll get to know what the entire process is. However, The teachers have told the students that they will get help, inside if they face hiccups. So the students, in that sense, say they are very well prepared, and help from administration is also being promised to these students.
That's good to know. Because, considering that these students and these aspirants got their admit card only on Monday, that's essentially 3 days, and today they're writing their exam. It's good to know that they're feeling confident and optimistic. Let me get in Lalit Sharma, who's reporting live from Mohali. Lalit, in our conversation for the last many days with some of the aspirants here, with those who are taking these exams, they spoke about a number of challenges, including, of course, the fact that you had a very heavy coaching fees that they had to cough up. But today is D-Day essentially for them, and we're being told that nearly 14.9 lakh students are taking the exams. What's the situation where you are at the exam centres in Mohali?
Akshita, if we talk about the situation here in Mohali, it seems that there is a lot of confusion. And the reason behind the confusion is that it's for the first time that the CUET exam is being conducted. But the main confusion is that majority of the parents have received the admit card of their children quite late. Some of the parents who are right now with me, let me take you across to them only. They will tell that the pain that they have traveled all the way from Bahadurgarh, from Jhajjar, around 300 kilometers to the center here in Mohali. Let me take you across to certain parents here. जानना चाहेंगे जो CUET का एग्जाम है, कब आपको एडमिट कार्ड मिला और कहाँ से आप यहाँ पर पहुँचे एडमिट एग्जाम देने के लिए?
कल मुझे 5:30 बजे मेरी बेटिया ने बताया कि डैडी एडमिट कार्ड आया हुआ है और चंडीगढ़ पेपर है। आप सोच सकते हैं जब 5:30 बजे आपको शाम के टाइम एडमिट कार्ड मिले और वो परिस्थिति कैसी होगी, और 300 किलोमीटर दूर, उसके बारे में सोचना भी, और यहाँ आना, जिसकी कोई व्यवस्था ना हो, घर में पेरेंट्स पिता ना हो, माँ उसको 300 किलोमीटर दूर कैसे लेके आएगी? शाम के टाइम, रात के टाइम अगर पता चलता है तो माँ घर में अकेली हो तो उसको कैसे पेपर दिलवाएगी?
और बात जानना चाहेंगे, ये सेंटर है, आपने क्या यहाँ का भरा था या फिर कहीं और का भरा था?
दिल्ली का फर्स्ट चॉइस दिल्ली का भरा था, फिर चंडीगढ़ का भरा था।
So lot of confusion, Akshita, regarding the centers, and one thing more, there seems to be a lot of confusion regarding the date sheet also, as majority of the students are giving the examination in both the shifts. I talked to a number of parents whose children are giving the exams in both the shifts, in the morning shift from 9 to 12:15 and then in the evening slot from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay.
So a lot of confusion for the first time exam of the CUET.
From what you're telling us, it's endless complications for the students, for their families. Aishwarya, Lalit, thank you for joining us. The exams are underway. We're wishing all of the students who are taking up the CUETs all the very, very best. The Dalai Lama is currently in Jammu, making his way to Ladakh, and he's spoken out on the India-China face-off. Here's what the Dalai Lama's message is. He's saying India and China, the two populated neighbors, must resolve all problems through talks and peaceful means. He's also said that the use of any military force is outdated. Let's play out for you the message from the Dalai Lama.
India and China, most populated two nations and neighbor. Sooner or later, you have to solve this problem through talk, through peaceful means. Use military force is outdated.
Sunilji Bhatt is joining us live with more details on this. Sunilji, good morning. The Dalai Lama heading to Ladakh as we speak, and a very important message from him with regards to the face-off between India and China, saying talks, peaceful means is most important, something that India has also reiterated time and again.
Absolutely, Akshita. We all know that Dalai Lama is a Nobel Peace Laureate, and he has always been advocating peace and harmony across the world. And as far as India-China border dispute is concerned, he has always said that this issue should be resolved through talks. But this visit assumes great significance because Dalai Lama has gone outside Dharamshala after 2 years after the COVID-19 pandemic, and he has chosen Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. And his visit to Ladakh is obviously going to, create some rumblings in China. China is going to react to it. But
apologies, we seem to have lost the connection with Sunilji. He was getting us details of what the Dalai Lama has said. This is a story we'll continue to track very closely here on India Today. Indian origin MP Rishi Sunak is leading the race to 10 Downing Street. In the second round of voting, he managed to secure 101 votes, as Tories seem to be strongly in his favour.
Rishi Sunak is getting closer and closer to 10 Downing Street. 42-year-old Indian origin Brit has won the first 2 rounds of voting for the Conservative Party leadership and now appears to have the endorsement of the Tories to take Boris Johnson's job.
I'm so grateful you're all willing to give up your time to help us restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite our country. Thanks also to all my colleagues who have supported me so far. I know that working together, we can bring our party together and beat Labour.
Fantastic. If our new Prime Minister was someone of Indian heritage, I'm sure that will play a part in some of the decisions made on who to back.
In the second round of voting on Thursday, Johnson's former finance minister got 101 votes. Closest to him were Penny Mordaunt with 83 votes and Foreign Minister Liz Truss with 64 votes. Another Indian origin contender, Sula Braverman, fell out of the race in round 2. Going into round 3, there are now 5 left in contention, with Sunak clearly having the edge. Only a late rally by Liz Truss or Penny Mordaunt, who enjoys a significant support from Conservative Party's grassroots, can stop Britain getting its first Indian origin Prime Minister.
But as I know many viewers in India will know, Liz Truss is a great friend of India. She's got a reputation on the world stage. She's been a great Foreign Secretary. She'll be a great Prime Minister.
According to the timetable set by the 1922 Committee of Tory backbenchers, the deadline to shortlist 2 remaining candidates is July 21st. The candidate who receives the most votes will be elected the new Conservative Party leader and British Prime Minister on September 5th.
Close to 200,000 people will be electing the Prime Minister of this country, who could be Rishi Sunak, and that is an absolutely exciting and historic moment in this country, truly representative of the way this country is going. It has such diverse cultures and it is represented in the candidates that are remaining as of now as well. And if Rishi Sunak does become the Prime Minister of this country, he'll be the first Indian origin, rather first Asian origin person to be the Prime Minister of Britain. Lavina Tandon for India Today from London.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Stay with us here on India Today. I'm joining you in just a few moments with all the top headlines on India's agenda.
आ गई? कैसा रहा दिन?
बहुत अच्छा।
कोई वीडियो गेम कवर करने गई थी ना?
वीडियो गेम नहीं माँ, e-sports।
E-sports?
माँ, e-sports is just like any other competitive sport. इसमें ना वो सब फीलिंग्स है जो किसी भी और स्पोर्ट्स में है। इसमें इमोशन है, इसमें एंगर है, इसमें सैडनेस है, इसमें हैप्पीनेस है, इसमें कमराडरी है। ये सिर्फ गेम नहीं, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
Today,
is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think the 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
Animal Husbandry Department released a statement saying that they will make Bangalore street dog free.
ಮೂರು ಲಕ್ಷ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಈ ಸಲ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. 2000.
I speak as the voice of each street dog and community dog in the city because they have rights too. The only solution, as you all know, is ethical animal birth control. Activists and rescuers like us spend our own money, take hundreds and hundreds of treaties we feed to private vets and get them sterilized. Where are the ABC funds gone? So as per Section 11 of the Prevention of Cruelty Animals Act 1960, it is illegal to relocate or cause any kind of harm to street and community animals. Because crores of money has been sanctioned for ABC program in the city for ages now. Ever since ABC program has started in the city, crores of money has been sanctioned. The question is, where has that money gone?
You are watching India Today.
In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Friday morning. Let's begin with the headlines. Sensational twist to former Vice President Hamid Ansari's link to Pakistan spy Nusrat Mirza. Adish Aggarwala, organizer of the conference, tweets picture of Ansari and Mirza sharing stage in 2009. The BJP hits back. Probe into kill Modi plot intensifies as PFI links continue to unravel. 5 terrorists arrested. NIA likely to take over investigation. Phase 1 of the Common University entrance test kicks off. Over 14.9 lakh students will give the exam to get admission into 45 CUET universities. Spiritual leader Dalai Lama sends a strong message to China amid his Ladakh visit, seeks meaningful autonomy for Tibet and says India and China should resolve differences through talks.
Sooner or later, you have to solve this problem through talk, through peaceful means. Use military force is outdated.
Lanka Speaker announces resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who fled to Singapore amid protests. New president will be appointed on 22nd July. Rishi Sunak gets closer to 10 Downing Street. The Indian origin MP wins first 2 rounds of voting for the Conservative Party and leads the race to become the next UK Prime Minister.
I'm so grateful you're all willing to give up your time to help us restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite our country. Thanks also to all my colleagues who have supported me so far. I know that working together, we can bring our party together and beat Labour.
There's a fresh twist to the controversy over former Vice President Hamid Ansari and his alleged links with Pakistani spy Nusrat Mirza. The chairman of the All India Bar Association and one of the organizers of a conference that happened in 2010, Adish Aggarwala, has made a sensational claim. He's first stated that during his conference, Hamid Ansari, who was supposed to attend as a guest, had requested for Nusrat Mirza, for the Pakistan spy, to also be given an invite. But he says that the organizers, along with him, refused because this was a government event and a Pakistan journalist couldn't be invited. He says, in fact, that there was an international conference on terror which was attended in 2009 by Ansari, and there Nusrat Mirza was present. Aggarwal is alleged that Hamid Ansari and his friends were fraternizing with the Pakistan journalist Nusrat Mirza at the Jammu Masjid United Forum's conference. The BJP has trained guns on Hamid Ansari and alleged that he is just concealing his association with the Pakistani spy. Remember that the former vice president has also spoken out denying these allegations, saying he's never met or known this Pakistan spy. He's called it a litany of falsehood that's been unleashed on him personally. And listen in to the conversation that I had with Mr. Adish Aggarwala, where he speaks about that conference, the allegation that he's levelled that Hamid Ansari wanted the Pakistan journalist to attend. Dr. Aggarwala, you've spoken about him not attending finally. The Pakistani journalist didn't attend. A picture that you've put out shows the Pakistani journalist Nusrat Mirza on the same dais with the former vice president. Your contention says that this is from another conference?
No,
can you give us details about this picture?
Friends, it was in 27th October 2009.
Okay.
It was organized by Jammu Masjid United Front in Oberoi Hotel. And when my name was it was told by Congress and the president, he came in this program and we invited him. That's why I was compelled to do research, and I found that the Honorable Vice President was sharing the dais with the Pak journalist in that conference organized by Jammu Masjid United Front. And as a matter of fact, why Honorable Vice President is telling that he attended our conference, this journalist, because that conference organized by Jammu Masjid United Front was illegal. Because when international conference is being organized, a permission has to be obtained from Home Ministry and Ministry of External Affairs. And because this was for Muslims organized, and the purpose of that conference was to dispel the doubt that Muslims are creating terrorism, developing terrorism. That was the main purpose of holding that, because that statement was made by Mr. Kapil Sibal about 10 days before when that conference was organized. So they have not sought any permission from Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, and the President and Vice President. They are supposed to seek clearance from these ministries. And rightly, the Honorable Vice President had told that he is attending, he is invited, he is accepting request once the conferences, such conferences are cleared by government, Ministry of External Affairs, Home Ministry. Our conference was cleared by Home Ministry, Law Ministry, and Ministry of External Affairs. So he pointed out that he that a journalist attended our conference. Intentionally, he made this averment because that other conference was totally illegal and it was not proper on the part of the Honorable Vice President to attend a conference which is not cleared by the government.
So let me just put this in context for our viewers from what you've told us, Mr. Aggarwal. The picture on the screens right now is from a conference 27th October 2009, which is where the former Vice President, Mr. Hamid Ansari, is seen along with the Pakistan journalist Nusrat Mirza. The event that you held the conference was in 2010. Do you believe, sir, that then the Congress as well as the former Vice President are using your conference in a sense to shield themselves by justifying themselves, saying that, look, Mr. Mirza wasn't in attendance in your conference?
Yes, that is correct. He used the name of our conference now that so that if our intelligence agencies, government should not make any inquiry about the other conference which was totally illegal and the Vice President has attended without the clearance of the Ministry of External Affairs and Home Ministry.
Let's take this across now to Aishwarya Paliwal, who's joining us live from Delhi with more details on this. Aishwarya, you know, that particular account from Mr. Aggarwal is damning to say the least, and kind of, you know, pokes holes in what the former Vice President had said in his defense, saying, I've never met Nusrat Mirza, and yet here's that picture of him and Nusrat Mirza, the Pakistani spy, on the same stage.
Well, we are seeing a tug of war, definitely. You know, on one hand, we have Hamid Ansari, who's saying that he's never met him. On the other hand, we have pictures which are speaking a million words. However, there are two things which we are understanding at the moment, is that Congress also is trying to put forth certain facts. Congress is saying that everything that the journalist is saying is not true. They also said that the conference that the journalist is talking about is a different conference, and the conference from which the picture is of a different place. So definitely we are seeing, you know, claims and counterclaims being made. Hamid Ansari definitely coming out over the past 24 hours. We are seeing many clarifications coming from Congress as well as Hamid Ansari's side. Investigation is underway on exactly what was the conference and what are the links of Hamid Ansari with this Pakistani journalist. One more thing which is very damning is the fact that the journalist said that he gathered information about India and then he spoke about it and he told ISI.
Just stay with me. My apologies for interrupting, but Amit Malviya, BJP IT cell chief, is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Malviya, good morning. We had a conversation this morning with Mr. Aggarwal, and you've mentioned his tweet as well on your Twitter account. What do you make of the picture that he's put out showing Nusrat Mirza and Hamid Ansari on the same platform? This was in 2009 at a conference.
Well, it's quite obvious from the picture that the statement that Mr. Hamid Ansari put out was economical with truth. He's clearly trying to conceal his association with Nusrat Mirza, whose video claiming that he was spying in India and was passing on information to ISI has come to light. Now the question is that why is Mr. Ansari doing it? And why would he want to show that he had no association with him when it is quite evident that not just in 2010, but even in 2009 he was part of a conference, they shared the stage, and subsequently in 2010 at the Jurist conference, he wanted Nusrat Mirza to be invited, although he was a Pakistani journalist and the organizers opposed it. Therefore, the question is that what is Mr. Ansari hiding? And are the allegations against him of harboring evil design against India therefore correct? These are questions that he cannot wriggle out of.
So we'll await some sort of a clarification from Mr. Ansari, but also Mr. Amit Malviya, what's your response to those who are citing the fact that Mr. Aggarwal, who's spoken out, is, and this is what they've said on Twitter, is a bhakt, that he's someone who's written books on Prime Minister Modi, so his word can't be taken into account, that it's biased?
How does it change the fact that Nusrat Mirza was in a conference in 2009 hosted by the Muslim organization here in India, and Hamid Ansari was a part of it? Why did Hamid Ansari deny that in his official statement that he put out after the issue hit circuit? Why is it that Hamid Ansari wanted Nusrat Mirza to be invited to the Jurist conference? And why was he offended? These are questions. It doesn't matter who's saying it. What matters is the sequence of events. And even if you want to look beyond the person who's saying it, these are legitimate questions. That why is he trying to conceal his association with Nusrat Mirza? The 2010 conference was a jurist conference, but he was on a stage with Nusrat Mirza in 2009. That is the important question that Hamid Ansari must answer, which his statement quite conveniently tried to gloss over.
What do you make also of the fact, Mr. Malviya, that the Congress, and you had Mr. Jairam Ramesh putting out a statement on this, they've chosen to back Hamid Ansari, making a very similar statement to what the former Vice President also has said on this, that there's no link whatsoever between Nusrat Mirza and Hamid Ansari?
Well, I haven't seen Jairam's statement, but I clearly want to know what is Hamid Ansari's clarification on this, that he attended a conference in 2009 with Nusrat Mirza in attendance. Why did he try and conceal that part of it? Why did he try and wriggle out of the situation where he was one of those who insisted that Nusrat Mirza be invited for the 2010 conference? Those are more legitimate questions. What Congress says at this point in time is frankly quite irrelevant because they have been complicit in this entire exercise.
Okay, Amit Malviya, thank you very much for joining us here in India Today and sharing your views on this big news break. We've spoken to Mr. Adish Aggarwala, who's come out to say that while we organized a conference in 2010, there was a request from Hamid Ansari's side to invite a Pakistan journalist. And because they didn't, he was miffed. Instead of attending the conference for 1 hour, he cut short the duration to 20 minutes. All right, let's move on to the other big story that we're tracking this morning. The investigation into the kill Prime Minister Modi plot that emerged in Patna. 5 people have been arrested in this particular case. This is the terror module to target the Prime Minister's July 12th Patna rally. Mohammad Jalaluddin, a retired sub-inspector from Jharkhand, and Atar Parvez, they were running an organization to make India an Islamic nation by 2047. They were also training misguided students in physical combat, and this was just 15 days prior to Prime Minister Modi's visit. The Ministry of Home Affairs in the latest is likely to hand over the Patna terror module case to the NIA. Links to radical Islamic groups like the SIMI and PFI have also emerged. Now, in another big update in this case, the man leading the investigation has landed in a controversy after drawing parallels between the RSS and these PFI training camps. The SSP in question here has been served a notice to explain what he meant by that comment within 48 hours. The Bihar police earlier conducted raids at the Fulwari Sharif office of the suspected terrorists. During this raid, the police found incriminating documents. One of them, titled 2047, India Towards the Rule of Islam India. 25 PFI pamphlets were also recovered.
ये बहुत ही गैर जिम्मेदारना, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और भर्त्सना योग्य है और मैं इसकी पूरी भर्त्सना करता हूं। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ एक प्रामाणिक राष्ट्रवादी संगठन है। देश के विकास, संस्कृति, संस्कार, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमेशा उसके स्वयंसेवक खड़े रहते हैं। हमें गर्व है उनके काम पर और उसकी तुलना पीएफआई ऐसे एक राष्ट्र विरोधी आतंकवादी संगठन के साथ करना, इससे बड़ी कोई गैर जिम्मेदार बात हो नहीं सकती है।
जिस तरह पटना के एसएसपी के द्वारा ये बयान दिया गया कि संघ और पीएफआई में बहुत फर्क नहीं है, ये अत्यंत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इस तरह के बयान के लिए बिहार की सरकार किसी भी हालत में ऐसे ऑफिसर पर बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी। और मैं भी डिमांड करता हूं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से कि इनके खिलाफ तुरंत शीघ्र कार्रवाई किया जाए और तुरंत पटना के एसएसपी से इसको हटाने का निर्देश देने की कृपा करें।
देश में, दुनिया में आतंक फैलाने वाली संस्था और दूसरे तरफ एक दुनिया में वापसी सानिध्य पैदा करने वाली संस्था, दोनों में 36 का संबंध है। मानस पटल में इस तरह की भावनाएं भरी हुई है, ये उसका उद्गार है। निश्चित रूप से इस पे जांच होनी चाहिए और एसएसपी पर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Chilling Kill Modi plot. A terror module out to target the Prime Minister's July 12 Patna rally. When the Prime Minister was on a brief visit to Bihar. Links to radical Islamist groups like SIMI and PFI have emerged. A larger conspiracy unearthed to establish an Islamic India by 2047. Patna police has busted a terror cell and arrested 2 accused. One of them is Mohammad Jalaluddin, a retired sub-inspector of Jharkhand police. The other one is Athar Parvez, brother of a 2013 Patna bomb blast accused, who had then targeted Modi's campaign rally.
मोहम्मद जलालुद्दीन ने बताया है कि वो अतहर परवेज, जिनका हिस्ट्री बहुत ही दागदार रहा है, वो सिमी के एक्टिव मेंबर रहे हैं। पिछले 2 सालों से पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई के आड़ में कॉवर्ट ऑपरेशन कर रहे थे, लोगों को रेडिकलाइज कर रहे थे।
But it was not just Modi who was on target. As per cops, the terrorists were part of a larger plot to change India into an Islamic state, with a 2047 deadline. The objective was to establish Islamic rule in the country and restore the status snatched away by the British when they conquered India and dethroned the Muslim rulers.
उनके विजन में ही टर्की का उल्लेख है कि जो इस्लाम के बियरर्स हैं, फ्लैग बियरर्स हैं, अगर स्टैंड ऑफ की स्थिति आती है स्टेट के साथ तो उसकी मदद लेंगे। तो
2047 तक भारत को इस्लामिक मुल्क बनाने की इनकी मंशा है उस डॉक्यूमेंट के हिसाब से। आपको मैं ये नहीं कह सकता हूं, बट डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो रिकवर्ड हुआ है उसमें तो यही लिखा है। दिस इज द PFI flag in large numbers. It has been seized. Apart from that, several incriminating documents here relating to SDPI. You see here, these are documents, incriminating documents relating to SDPI, how SDPI used to help. This is the membership form of SDPI, how you can enroll yourself, become a member of this party, of this organization, rather, Social Democratic Party of India. And all this clearly goes on to show that the suspected terrorists were planning something really big, and Prime Minister's Patna visit was on the radar.
The conspirators plan to enlist support of India's 10% Muslim population and Islamic countries like Turkey to achieve their sinister objective.
इनके जो भी ऑफिस बियरर्स हैं और जो भी इनके मेंबर्स थे, क्योंकि उनकी हम लोगों को सूचना प्राप्त हुई है, हम लोगों को डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं कि कमेटी में कौन कौन था, और उनमें से बहुत से लोग नामजद भी हुए हैं, और उनके हम लोग बैंक अकाउंट्स और जितने भी उनके फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस हुई हैं कम से कम पिछले 1 साल में, उसकी हम लोग जांच करवाएंगे।
The man leading the probe has landed in a soup after drawing parallels between the RSS with the PFI training camps. The SSP has been served a notice to explain this comment within 48 hours.
जैसे शाखा होती है, RSS अपनी शाखा ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं और लाठी की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसी तरह से ये लोग शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण, फिजिकल एजुकेशन के नाम से लोग अपने यूथ्स को बुला के और उनको प्रशिक्षण दे रहे थे, और उसी के साथ ही जो अपना एजेंडा है और प्रोपेगेंडा है उनके माध्यम से यूथ्स को ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम कर रहे थे।
As per cops, the accused also did a dress rehearsal, training for 15 days to practice the attack on Modi's rally. The accused say they were merely running an NGO. The cops, however, have unearthed terror funding to the tune of 83 lakh rupees and ample proof that youth from Kerala, Bengal, UP, Tamil Nadu and many other states were coming to get terror training with the accused.
More searches, more raids are being carried out. The police, the Patna police is also contacting several other state police from where what we have learned that several youth from in those states were also coming to this training center in Patna. So massive terror module has been busted by the Patna police, and investigations have in this case have just begun, and more arrests are likely to take place in next few days. With camera person Nadeem Alam, this is Rohit Singh in Patna for India.
And Rohit Singh, who filed that report for us, is also joining us live with the latest updates on this. Rohit, give us details of the PFI link that's emerged in this particular case. We're also hearing now that there's a possibility of this case being officially handed over to the NIA.
Yes, Akshita, since this case is now related to terror and terror angle has come, so it is in all likelihood that very soon the NIA might be handed over this entire case. And as far as the PFI links are concerned, you see, when this raid happened at Ahmed Palace, that building which is believed to be the training center of suspected terrorists, A lot of incriminating documents were found from there. PFI flags were found, and a lot of documents and literature in Urdu was also recovered from there. Booklets were found there, and also that vision document of 2047 to turn India into an Islamic country. All these incriminating and clinching documents were found from there, and that is why the police has now claimed that these two suspected terrorists who were arrested on 11th of July, that is Athar Parvez and Muhammad Jalaluddin, they had links with PFI and SDPI. On that basis, the investigations in this case are going on. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, this case is now terror-related, and a lot of angles have come. 5 persons have been arrested in this entire case.
Right.
The FIR also claims that a Prime Minister's visit was the target. So, in all likelihood, this case will be handed over to NIA soon.
All right, Rohit, we'll track the updates. Thanks for the moment. Now, after the whole showdown over a gag order ahead of the monsoon session of Parliament, there's now another showdown brewing. The Congress has hit out at an order that says no protest will be allowed in Parliament premises. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh has tweeted saying, "Dharna mana hai," and he's lashed out at the government on this. Now, the order clearly states from the Parliament security that no protest, no dharna of any sort will be allowed in the Parliament premises. And this has in fact led to the Congress lashing out and questioning why now dharnas are also not allowed. Jairam Ramesh putting up that tweet saying, "Dharna mana hai." The Congress is hitting out. And remember, this protest and this controversy is erupting after the opposition had already questioned the government over a gag order in which a number of names were referred to and deemed as unparliamentary. Now, with in fact the Parliament security saying no dharnas will be allowed within the Parliament premises, we'll have to see how that plays out. Kamaljit Sandhu is joining us with more details on this. Kamaljit, can you give us more details about this order? What exactly does it state about Parliament premises? Does that also mean, that dharnas will not be allowed, for example, at the Gandhi statue, which is where usually the opposition stages their protests?
Well, there isn't much clarity, but what Jairam Ramesh has tweeted obviously gives the sign of times to come. It says the members cannot use the presence of the Parliament House for any demonstration, dharna, strike past, something that we have seen happening in the usual past where for a long period of time, especially the opposition, when they do a walkout or they have any protest, usually choose a part of Parliament, and that's what you mentioned near the Gandhi statue. That is where several of the protests have happened. So several of the opposition members have already hit out at the government for preventing them, from stopping them from using certain words. They're saying these are obviously to prevent the opposition from hitting out at the government. And these are new scathing criticism now coming in from the opposition. So we do expect a very fiery session of Parliament right from Monday onwards. But what we also do anticipate is that there seems to be a hangama happening just before that. This seems to be a very contentious and a controversial order. But remember, as far as the Parliament is concerned, one has to first get the...
Has there been any statement, Kamaljit, from the government on this and this entire controversy over no dharnas being allowed now?
This order has just come out, so we do anticipate that the government will give an explanation as to what the reason really is. But we've seen in the past the way they have defended the nature of orders which have come out, whether it's regarding certain use of or avoiding use of certain words. The other part is what is parliamentary and unparliamentary. Many are saying that this is undermining democracy because as far as whether strikes are concerned, whether sitting dharna is concerned, this has been a part of the process, not just today or yesterday. It's been a part and parcel of democracy for a very long time. So this is not going to go down well with the opposition. But we've seen that the opposition has not been united in several of the events. But this may actually bring in the opposition all together. So very, very clearly.
All right, Kamalji, just request you to stay on with me. I'd like to get in a word from the Congress on this. Mr. Ajay Kumar of the Congress is joining us on this broadcast. Good morning, sir. What do you make of this latest order? Yesterday, there was this whole controversy over a gag order. Now, Parliament security saying no dharnas will be allowed in Parliament House.
No, so, excuse me. Look, all Indians, all of us should be really concerned that, the way we are slowly, I don't know if we are going the Russian way or we are going the Turkish way, or are the way, democracy in India is being slowly smothered. And the BJP forgets that when they were in opposition, they had such a long, rope for them to do all protests, which is legitimate in any democracy. Now, and I believe that whether we are in government or in vice versa, we must ensure that the voice of the opposition is heard. I mean, there have been certain assemblies where we are in government, and otherwise in other places also across different political parties have banned certain words, and I think those also should be challenged for sure. But Parliament has always set the direction. It's a temple of democracy. Parliament has always shown that what is so important for India is the ability of the people's representatives to express their views. And India has always been like that. Now this right-wing, this RSS mindset people who are coming in and saying, gee, this is the only way and no opposition. Why have a parliament then? You can't speak, you can't protest. It's goes, cuts at the roots of what, Baba Ambedkar, made such a brilliant constitution. It goes against all the people who have sacrificed their lives to this country, whether it's Birsa Munda, whether it is, whether it's Baba Ambedkar, Pandit Nehru, Sardar Patel, all the people who have given their lives for Netaji Srivastava, for this country, yeah? And to strike at the heart of democracy.
We're going to try to get the BJP also on this. But Mr. Ajay Kumar, with the Congress and you making it very clear that this is simply unacceptable, is this an order that the Congress will follow, or are you going to continue with your dharnas, with your protests in Parliament?
Just notify orders. Why are we in politics if you are not able to fight for the people's rights? And if going to jail is the price you pay, so be it. I mean, but it cannot, and that's what the Britishers did. And they tortured our people, and they tortured us for so many, for decades, for centuries actually. But the Indian spirit never bowed down. It has never bowed down, will not bow down. And I don't think, and at least the Congress, हमारा पुराना नारा रहा है हमेशा कि पहले गोरों से लड़ते थे, अब इन लोग से लड़ेंगे.
Okay, Mr. Ajay Kumar, thank you for joining us here on India Today and sharing your view about this latest order. Mr. Majid Memon of the NCP is also with us. Mr. Memon, you were with me yesterday when we broke the story about the gag order also in Parliament. The latest order says no dharnas will be allowed inside the Parliament House. What do you make of this?
The idea for all these impositions seems to be restore order in the House. Well, our leader has always been against disruption and disorder in the House. Sharad Pawarji has always stood for it. But at the same time, you can't throttle democracy. You can't take away the rights of the members who are representing their constituencies, to speak out what they want to say by gagging hundreds of words, number one. Number two, now they say that protest is the hallmark of a successful democracy. You see, unless in a democracy there is a right to protest or there is a right to find fault and expose wrongs of the government, the democracy can never be sustained. And therefore, in the best interest of democracy, they must understand today they are on the treasury bench, tomorrow they may be on this side, and then they will realize that it's a blunder. We can't, you see, of course, coming to the well, behaving in a disorderly manner can be regulated.
But that's the point, Mr. Memon. Don't you think that this step perhaps will stop the kind of, ruckus, the chaos, sometimes the violence that we see in the well of the House, in the floor? Because that's unacceptable too.
No, going into the well of the House or throwing objects at the chair and behaving in disorderly manner, etc., needs to be curbed by a proper, rule that has to be slightly amended. But if you totally ban protest, you see, that would certainly be throttling democracy. And I don't think that should be in the best interest of Bharatiya Loktantra.
All right, Mr. Majid Memon of the NCP, thank you very much for joining us with your view on this. The Congress, the NCP, both speaking to us here on India Today, saying this is simply unacceptable. And remember, this controversy comes just barely 24 hours after an order from the Lok Sabha Secretariat that referred to a number of words as unparliamentary. The government in that front said that, look, this is a list that comes out every year, that this is an endless and unnecessary controversy by the opposition. But we're going to await any sort of statement or word that comes in from the BJP or government on this latest order. The Parliament security now coming out to say that no dharna, no strike, fast will be allowed. Any sort of demonstration, as you see there in the document, none of that will be allowed in the Parliament House. We'll continue getting you all the latest reactions that come in on that story. Coming up on the other side of a very short break, we're focusing on the Dalai Lama's visit to Ladakh. He sent across a strong message to China as well. We'll get you more details of what he has to say in just a bit.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. The Dalai Lama is on his first visit outside of Dharamshala in the last 2 years. The spiritual leader who arrived in Jammu is visiting Ladakh today amid protests from China. The Dalai Lama, discussing the expansionist policies of China in Ladakh, said that India and China should resolve this problem through talks and peaceful means, and also said that the use of military force is outdated. The Dalai Lama hit a conciliatory note with China, also saying that he is not seeking independence but meaningful autonomy for Tibet with the preservation of Buddhist culture. The Dalai Lama received a warm welcome in Jammu by his followers who turned up in large numbers despite the heavy rains. Asked about China's objection to his visit, the Dalai Lama said that the objection wasn't from the Chinese people who are showing interest in Tibetan Buddhism.
India and China, most populated two nations and neighbor. Sooner or later, you have to solve this problem through talk, through peaceful means. Use military force is outdated. Now more and more Chinese now realize Dalai Lama not seeking independence, but within China, within People's Republic of China, meaningful autonomy and Tibetan Buddhist culture preserve. Not Chinese people. Some Chinese hardliner, they consider me spiritist and reactionary, so always criticize me.
Sunilji Bhatt is joining us live with more details on this. Sunilji, the Dalai Lama's visit to Ladakh is, of course, a big focus for India as well as for China. But his message, about China, saying that we don't want independence, we want meaningful autonomy. It'll be interesting to see how Beijing reacts to that.
Absolutely, Akshita, but it's not for the first time that Dalai Lama has made such a statement. In the past also, he has said that he's not seeking independence for Tibet. What he wants is meaningful autonomy and preservation of Tibetan Buddhist culture. And he has reiterated his stand yesterday when he was in Jammu. Now he will be in Ladakh. This visit assumes great significance because this is his first major visit outside Dharamshala after the COVID-19 pandemic. So he's visiting Ladakh. He's going to visit Buddhist monasteries as well as his followers. And this visit is obviously going to create, ripples in China, and it's not going to go down well there because China has always opposed Dalai Lama's visit to Arunachal Pradesh as well as to Ladakh. But this is a big statement from the government of India. They want to send out a very strong message to China that China has no right to interfere in internal matters of India. And Dalai Lama is an honored guest. Ladakh, Arunachal Pradesh are an integral part of India. And Dalai Lama has said that as far as the border dispute between India and China is concerned, it should be resolved through talks and there should be meaningful dialogue. That's what he has said, and this is what India's stand has always been like that it always believes in peace and it wants the border dispute to be resolved through peaceful talks. But if there is a provocation, then India is going to hit back. Okay, Sunilji, thank you for those details. We're going to be tracking all the big headlines that emerges from the Dalai Lama's visit to Ladakh. Let's move on to some other stories this morning. The Patiala District Court upheld the conviction of Punjabi singer Daler Mehndi in an illegal immigration racket case that dates back to 2003. The court has ordered the immediate arrest of the legendary singer.
He revolutionized Punjabi pop in the MTV era, a pioneer of big-ticket Punjabi concerts overseas, a darling of the diasporic Punjabis and beyond.
Daler Mehendi's meteoric rise was followed by a dramatic collapse. In 2003, Mehendi and his brother were accused of passing off 10 migrants to the United States as members of their singing troupe and returning without them. Multiple complaints were filed against the Mehendis and an FIR registered against them in Patiala.
Accused of taking passage money for what came to be known as kabutarbazi, Daler Mehendi was sentenced to 2 years in jail in 2018 for smuggling migrants abroad. He was granted bail soon after. A Patiala court upheld his conviction on Thursday.
अपील जो इन्होंने दायर की थी कन्विक्शन के ऑर्डर के अगेंस्ट वो डिसमिस हो गई है जी और इनको कस्टडी में ले लिया गया है दलेर मेहंदी को.
From a taxi driver in New York in the 1980s to becoming a Bhangra messiah of the MTV generation a decade later.
Daler Mehendi's imprisonment marks a disgraceful end to the career of a singer known for his diamond-studded turbans and taking the Punjabi music to the audiences, rediscovering their roots overseas. With Hamid Ansari in New Delhi, this is Majid Sehgal in Chandigarh for India Today.
Let's get you all the updates from Sri Lanka. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has finally resigned, and the Speaker has confirmed that he sent across the resignation letter and that he stepped down. The Lankan Speaker Mahinda Yappa has made the formal announcement confirming the resignation. He said that Gotabaya has legally resigned with effect from Thursday. He's also said that I've accepted the resignation. Rajapaksa mailed in his resignation from Singapore after flying to the city-state from the Maldives. Abhivardhana has now kicked off the constitutional procedure of appointing a new president. Until this procedure is completed, it's Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe who will function in the capacity of the president. All right, we're cutting out of the latest updates from Sri Lanka and cutting across to a live briefing in Ajmer on the arrest.
विवादित भाषणबाजी की गई और जो जुलूस की शर्तें हैं उनका उल्लंघन किया गया. इसके आधार पे 162/22 दरगाह थाने के अंदर मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया, जिसमें 4 मुलजिम पहले अरेस्ट किए गए थे और उसमें एक जो मुख्य मुलजिम है गौर चिश्ती, जिसने भाषणबाजी की थी, वो यहाँ से फरार हो गया था. इसके बाद में हमारी जो टीम है वो टेक्निकल सपोर्ट से और जो मुखबिर तंत्र को सक्रिय करके उसको कल हैदराबाद के अंदर से उसको जो गौस महल इलाका है वहाँ से उसको डिटेन किया गया और उसको अरेस्ट किया गया है.
उसके साथ और भी कई तो दो दादा
उसको जो शरण देने वाला है उसको भी डिटेन किया गया है और उससे पूछताछ की जा रही है और उसका क्या योगदान है इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के अंदर उसको भी किया जा रहा है. हाँ, आज अभी गौर चिश्ती को पुलिस है वो कोर्ट के अंदर पेश करेगी. उसके बाद में पीसी रिमांड लेगी और इसके बाद में इसके संबंध में विस्तृत अनुसंधान किया जाएगा कि इसका किस किस घटना में और कहाँ कहाँ क्या क्या लिंक है.
सर, प्राइमा फेसाई जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन आपने किया है उसमें कुछ पूछताछ में क्या है? एटलीस्ट गौहर का किससे कनेक्शन था, कहाँ गया, किस रूट लाइन से गया, ये सब चीजें थोड़ा मेंशन करिए.
अभी हमने इसको क्या है कि हम रात को ही लेट नाइट लेकर के पहुँचे हैं और अभी इससे पूछताछ हो रही है. इसके बारे में आपको विस्तृत रूप से बाद में बता दिया जाएगा.
हैदराबाद में भेज रखी थी, उसको कैसे एटलीस्ट आपने मैनेज किया, कैसे गिरफ्तार किया, पूरा वो कोऑर्डिनेशन तो बताइए.
हैदराबाद के अंदर जो हमारी टीम गई हुई थी उसने वहाँ वेश बदल करके और हैदराबाद पुलिस के सहयोग से इसको अरेस्ट किया गया है और इसने वहाँ से भागने की कोशिश की थी. लेकिन हैदराबाद टीम का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि उसने हमारी टीम का पूरा सपोर्ट किया और इसको अरेस्ट करने में हमारी मदद की.
क्या पुलिस गौहर चिश्ती की फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन है उस रिकॉर्ड को खंगालेगी? क्योंकि ऑलरेडी इसने पैसा ट्रांसफर किया था उदयपुर से, वो किसको किया था, ये एक बड़ा सवाल है.
इसके बारे में विस्तृत अनुसंधान किया जाएगा. इसके फाइनेंशियल जो अकाउंट्स है उसकी भी विस्तृत जानकारी जुटाई जाएगी. इसके अलावा इसके किस किस से लिंक है और इनका किन किन घटनाओं के अंदर लिंक है उनके बारे में भी विस्तृत चर्चा की जाएगी.
एक बात तो है कि ये पकड़ा गया है, उसके बाद की जो तफ्तीश होगी, पर ये भी तो है कि आप लोगों ने कॉल डिटेल्स तो खंगाली होंगी. क्या इसने मोहम्मद रियाज अटारी से, गौस मोहम्मद से कोई बात की? कॉल डिटेल्स तो आपने अभी तक खंगाल ली होंगी सर.
इसके बारे में अभी विश्लेषण किया जाएगा, कॉल डिटेल का विश्लेषण भी किया जाएगा और उनके संबंध में अगर इसका कोई लिंक है तो उसकी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाएगा.
PFI और दावत इस्लाम का क्या एक्टिव मेंबर है? PFI और दावत इस्लाम का एक्टिव मेंबर है क्योंकि इसके कई वीडियोस आए भी हैं.
अभी जांच की जा रही है.
अजमेर पुलिस कितने दिन से था हैदराबाद में, कितने दिन से था सर?
लगभग ये 1 तारीख के आसपास से हैदराबाद के अंदर था.
सर, गौहर चिश्ती के विवादित बयान से पहले 10 जून को ब्यावर में PFI का एक प्रोटेस्ट था
उसमें भी इस तरह के विवादित नारे लगे थे, जिसका वीडियो फोटोग्राफ जो है सोशल मीडिया पर वायरल है। उसमें पुलिस ने कोई कार्रवाई अभी तक नहीं की। संज्ञान में था पुलिस के सर?
अभी ये हमारे संज्ञान में आया है, इसमें कानूनी कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
एसपी साहब, आपने गौहर चिश्ती को पकड़ लिया, सरवर चिश्ती उसके बेटे आदिल चिश्ती इतने दिन हो गए, पुलिस ने ना तो कोई नोटिस दिया, खुलेआम घूम रहा है, सद्भावना यात्रा में लोगों का वेलकम करता है। क्या उसके खिलाफ जुर्म वो नहीं है जो गौहर चिश्ती के खिलाफ है?
सरवर चिश्ती के जो उसने बयान दिए हैं उसके अंदर हमने उसको पाबंदी की कार्रवाई के लिए एडीएम को भेज दिया गया इस्तिकासा, और उसके अंदर है उसको नोटिस जारी हो रहे हैं।
उसमें कार्रवाई क्या हुई सर? अभी तक कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है।
अभी वो कोर्ट का मामला है, उसको नोटिस जारी हो
सर,
रहा है।
क्या एनआईए से कोऑर्डिनेशन हुआ है? एनआईए इसको अब अपने रिमांड पे ले सकती है, क्योंकि ट्रांजिट रिमांड आप लोग मांगेंगे।
अभी हमारा एनआईए से इस मामले में कोई कांटेक्ट नहीं हुआ है।
कितने लोगों की टीम हैदराबाद गई थी और हैदराबाद से तार इस्टेब्लिश कैसे हुआ?
अभी जो हमारे है वो 5 सदस्यीय टीम थी जो हैदराबाद गई थी, जिसके अंदर सुनील टाडा जो है हमारा सब इंस्पेक्टर है वो था, और रणवीर सिंह एएसआई है, जगमाल एएसआई है, रामबाबू हेड कांस्टेबल है और संतराम कांस्टेबल है। ये 5 लोगों की टीम थी जो हमारी हैदराबाद के अंदर थी।
कितने दिन रुका था सर ये?
अभी हम इसकी पूरी डिटेल खंगाल रहे हैं कि ये कहाँ पे रुका है और इसका किन किन के साथ में लिंक है।
सर, जिनके
अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने के बाद में ही इसके बारे में डिटेल में बता पाएंगे।
हैदराबाद में कोई राजनीतिक संरक्षण मिला हुआ था इसको?
सर, ये तो आपके पास सीडीआर रिपोर्ट में भी है कि वो उदयपुर गया हुआ था, तो इसका कनेक्शन क्या है? एटलीस्ट उदयपुर में इतना बड़ा
नहीं, अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद में ही हम बता पाएंगे कि इसका किस किस से लिंक है, इसको किसका संरक्षण प्राप्त था।
सर, आपने इसको किस मामले में गिरफ्तार किया? क्या इसको भड़काऊ स्पीच के मामले में गिरफ्तार किया गया है?
इसका दरगाह थाने के अंदर 162/22 मुकदमा दर्ज है, जो इसने भड़काऊ स्पीच दी थी निजाम गेट से, उसके मामले में इसको अरेस्ट किया।
इसके साथ एक मुनव्वर का क्या रोल है? जो साथ में जिसको गिरफ्तार करके लेके आए, उसका क्या रोल है?
उसको शरण देने वाला है, उसको हमने डिटेन करके लाए हैं, उससे भी पूछताछ हो रही है। उसका नाम है एहसान उल्ला उर्फ मुनव्वर।
वो वहीं का रहने वाला है?
वो हैदराबाद का रहने वाला है।
उसका कोई आपराधिक रिकॉर्ड है सर? क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड होगा?
अभी उसके बारे में विस्तृत अनुसंधान हो रहा है।
कितने दिन से सर शरण दे रखी थी उसने अपने?
ये जब से हैदराबाद गए हैं तब से उसके पास में ही था, लगभग 10 दिन के आसपास, 10-12 दिन के आसपास।
हैदराबाद तक कड़ी कैसे जुड़ी है? क्या कॉल डिटेल्स खंगाली गई? कैसे कड़ी कैसे आप लोग?
टेक्निकल एविडेंस और मुखबिर तंत्र के द्वारा हमें पता लगा कि ये हैदराबाद है, और उसके आधार पे ही उसको वहाँ जाकर के हमारी टीम के द्वारा दस्तयाब किया गया है।
हत्याकांड में भी एक इनपुट जो है वो हैदराबाद से निकला था। क्या पुलिस, अजमेर पुलिस इस बात पे भी गौर फरमाएगी कि हैदराबाद से इनका कनेक्शन किस बेस पे था?
अजमेर पुलिस है वो इसको हर एंगल से इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी कि इसका कहां से किससे लिंक है और इसके साथ में कौन कौन है।
जयपुर से ये अजमेर निकला, जयपुर में क्या कोई संरक्षण मिला? किसी प्रकार का सहयोग था कि ये जयपुर से हैदराबाद निकल गया? उस समय कोई जांच नहीं हुई?
अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं कि ये कहां रुका है, किसके संरक्षण मिला था और कहां रुका है, किसका सहयोग था।
धाराओं में भी गिरफ्तार किया, ये तो बता दीजिए एटलीस्ट। केवल भड़काऊ भाषण इसी को लेकर ही आपने गिरफ्तारी की है, या और दिशा में भी कुछ आप जांच कर रहे हैं? और वो धारा तो बता दीजिए एटलीस्ट।
इसको जो अभी अरेस्ट किया गया है 162/2022 है जो FIR है, उसके अंदर इसको IPC के सेक्शन 115 सेपटी धारा 302, इसके अलावा इसको 117, 143, 149, 188, 504, 506 IPC के तहत गिरफ्तार किया गया।
सर, मानेंगे 17 जून को जो उसने भाषण दिया भड़काऊ, उसके बाद आज 15 जुलाई हो गई है, गिरफ्तारी में जो समय लगा कहीं ना कहीं पुलिस की चूक रही?
इसमें मैं पुलिस की चूक नहीं कहता हूं, क्योंकि कई बार ये है कि साथी अपराधी होते हैं वो जगह छोड़ देते हैं, तो उसके बाद में हमने हमारे मुखबिर तंत्र को सक्रिय किया, और इसके अलावा जो टेक्निकल एविडेंस इकट्ठे करते हुए और टेक्निकल टीम के सपोर्ट से इसको है वो हैदराबाद जैसी जगह से जाकर के दस्तयाब किया गया है, क्योंकि बहुत दूर पे था ये।
सरवर चिश्ती के खिलाफ भी कोई एप्लीकेशन आप लोग को मिली थी? क्या आप मामला दर्ज करेंगे? प्रोवोकिंग स्पीच के तमाम वीडियो
अभी सरवर चिश्ती के खिलाफ कोई हमें एप्लीकेशन नहीं मिली है, लेकिन उसके पाबंदी की कार्रवाई के लिए हमने ADM सिटी को लिखा हुआ है, इस्तिगासा पेश किया हुआ है, उसके नोटिस जारी हो रहे हैं।
ये बता पाएंगे कि सर ये अजमेर से भागा तो आखिर हैदराबाद तक कैसे पहुंचा? क्या जयपुर से हवाई जहाज के थ्रू गया? कुछ तो ऐसा हो सर कॉन्क्रीट जो आप निकाल पाए?
नहीं, अभी इसकी जांच की जा रही है, इसे पूछताछ की जाएगी, तब उसके बाद में ही हम डिटेल में बता पाएंगे कि ये किस रूट से गया है और किन किन के सहयोग से ये यहाँ से फरार होने में कामयाब हुआ।
गिरफ्तार किया है सर?
4 लोगों को इस मुकदमे में पहले गिरफ्तार किया जा चुका है। इसके अलावा 5वां जो है गौर चिश्ती, उसको गिरफ्तार किया है, और छठा जो इसको शरण देने वाला है मुनव्वर उर्फ एहसान उल्ला, उसको अभी है डिटेन किया हुआ है।
मेहमान है सर, क्योंकि ये गौहर खुद खादिम भी है, तो ये एहसान जो छठा आरोपी है।
अभी इसके बारे में इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जा रहा है कि इनके आपस के अंदर क्या लिंक है, ये आपस में दोस्त हैं या मेहमान हैं, क्या है उसके।
सर क्या ये बिहार में इसने फरारी काटी थी? बिहार में भी इसने फरारी काटी थी अपनी?
अभी इसके बारे में इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद में बता पाएंगे कि ये कहाँ पे गया है, क्योंकि अभी विस्तृत रूप में जब इससे पूछताछ की जाएगी और इसके जो टेक्निकल हमारी टीम है वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी, उसके बाद में बता पाएंगे ये कहाँ रहा है।
2020 में जासूसी करते हुए पकड़ा गया, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसी ने पकड़ा, क्या उस मामले में भी पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी, पूछताछ करेगी?
इसके जो पीछे की जो पूरी इसकी हिस्ट्री है वो भी खंगाली जाएगी कि इसका किस किस से लिंक रहा है और इन किन किन मुकदमों के अंदर ये अगर किसी में वांटेड रहेगा तो उसके बारे में भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी और पूर्ण रूप से इसके बारे में चौतरफा कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सवाल कर रहे हैं सर, ये आपके लोगों ने काम सर अच्छा किया है, एटलीस्ट जिस तरीके से आपके जो जिन लोगों ने भी गिरफ्तार किया है उसका एक रूट मैप तो बता दीजिए, क्योंकि हम लोग बार बार पूछ रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपके पुलिस वालों ने बड़ा अच्छी तरीके से खंगाल के उनको गिरफ्तार किया है।
नहीं, इसका अभी हम पूछताछ कर रहे हैं कि ये कहाँ से गए हैं, लेकिन जो प्राइमा फेसी जो हमारे पास में इनपुट आया है, ये जयपुर से बाई फ्लाइट है वो हैदराबाद गया था और उसके बाद में हैदराबाद में ये जो मुनवर है वो उसको लेकर के अपने घर पे गया है।
सर और भी लोगों से पूछताछ होगी अजमेर में दरगाह क्षेत्र में?
अभी इनसे पूछताछ करके इनके साथ में किन किन लोगों का कौन कौन से लोग इस घटना के अंदर शामिल है सबसे पूछताछ की जाएगी।
ये जो कल बड़ा खुलासा हुआ है पटना में, PFI एक साजिश रच रही थी 2047 तक हिंदुस्तान को इस्लामिक राष्ट्र बनाने के, उसके डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले। अब चूंकि इस पूरे मामले को अगर तफसील से देखते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं PFI का लिंक मिलता है सरवर चिश्ती से, रियाज से, तो क्या इस एंगल से अजमेर पुलिस जांच करेगी, क्योंकि मामला बेहद संगीन है?
ये मामला बेहद संगीन है और पुलिस है वो हर एंगल से जांच करेगी, जिस भी तरह की जो चीज़ें आएगी पुलिस है वो पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी और आज PC लेकर के इससे पूछताछ शुरू की जाएगी।
सर एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन, शुरुआती तौर में कुछ भी आपको ऐसा कोई हाइडआउट्स मिले हैं जिसमें लगता है कि कन्हैया लाल की जो हत्या हुई है उसमें थोड़े से भी इसके कुछ कनेक्शन है, उस दिशा में आप जाँच कर रहे हो?
उस दिशा में हम जांच करेंगे, लेकिन अभी तक ये है कि इनसे पूछताछ करेंगे, उसमें अगर उस तरह का लिंक मिलेगा तो बिल्कुल जांच की जाएगी।
सरवर चिश्ती का एक वीडियो था जिसमें वो PFI के मेंबर्स को इंट्रोड्यूस कराते हुए दरगाह के अंदर दिखाई दिए, वो लगातार उनसे बात कर रहे थे और सरवर चिश्ती एक्टिव मेंबर बताए जा रहे हैं PFI के। तो क्या ये सारा मामला जो है सरवर चिश्ती, गौहर चिश्ती, आदिल चिश्ती, इन तमाम चिश्तियों से पूछताछ करने का काम PFI के एंगल पे पुलिस करेगी या नहीं करेगी?
पुलिस है वो हर एंगल पे इनसे पूछताछ करेगी और हर एंगल पे जांच करके जांच के आधार पे डिसीजन लिया जाएगा।
PFI का एंगल एस्टैब्लिश हो पाया है सर? चुनाराम जी, अभी तक की तफ्तीश में कोई PFI का एंगल एस्टैब्लिश हो पाया है क्या?
अभी हम क्योंकि इसको लेट नाइट ही पूछताछ के लिए लेके आए हैं, आज इसे पूछताछ की जाएगी, उसके बाद में ही बताया जाना संभव होगा।
सर क्या NIA ने दरगाह क्षेत्र के CCTV फुटेजों खंगाले थे, क्या NIA ने अभी तक कोई संपर्क किया है?
अभी NIA ने हमसे अभी कोई संपर्क नहीं किया है।
SP साहब, जब आपने इसको हैदराबाद में अरेस्ट किया था आपकी टीम ने, तो क्या इसने कुछ विरोध जताया, आप कुछ भागने की कोशिश की थी?
हर मुलजिम है वो पुलिस से बचने के लिए भागने की कोशिश करता है, लेकिन हमारी टीम और जो हैदराबाद पुलिस है उसकी सजगता से इसको हम अरेस्ट करने में कामयाब रहे हैं।
सर राजस्थान पुलिस ने किस प्रकार का रूट प्लान किया था, हम यही जानना चाहते हैं। रूट प्लान किस तरीके का था, कैसे गिरफ्तार किया है, ये रूट प्लान जानना था सर।
राजस्थान पुलिस ने जो इसके बारे में हमारे मुखबिर तंत्र से जब सूचना मिली कि ये हैदराबाद में है, तो हमारी टीम हैदराबाद गई और वहाँ के लोकल पुलिस से सपोर्ट लेकर के और वहाँ पे वेश बदल करके और चारों तरफ से उस मकान की रेकी की गई और दुकानों की रेकी की गई और उसके आधार पे हमने वहाँ पे चारों तरफ से घेर करके इसको अरेस्ट किया।
वहाँ पर जांच कर रही है क्या अभी?
इस केस की NIA जांच अभी नहीं कर रही है।
वहाँ पर क्या पहचान बदल कर रहा था?
अभी इसके बारे में पूछताछ की जा रही है कि वो वहाँ पे किस रूप में रह रहा था।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
SP's briefing on the arrest of Gohar Chishti, confirming that he's been taken into custody from Hyderabad, was reportedly there since the 1st of July. He's also confirmed to several questions from the media that they are also investigating Gohar Chishti's links with the PFI as well as several other radical elements. But what's unfortunate is that in Ajmer, we've seen several such Dargah Khadims, the Chishtis, making one comment after another, one provocative slogan after another. Gohar Chishti, in a very public rally, went on to make a provocative call for violence using the Sartan Se Juda slogan. He's finally been arrested. And that's all we have time for in this edition of India's Agenda. Thanks very much for tuning in and stay with us here on India Today as we continue getting you all the latest news breaks.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horn.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching in
Navigating uncertainty in the post-pandemic era. The Unmissable Business Today Masterclass with Professor Shrikant Datta, Dean of the Harvard Business School, design thinker, ace accountant, management guru par excellence. BT Masterclass at 10:30 p.m. only on India Today.
watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. Here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Massive showdown ahead of monsoon session. Opposition slams no protest in Parliament. Notice says nothing is going to stop them from protesting. Sensational twist to former Vice President Hamid Ansari's alleged link to Pak spy Nusrat Mirza. Former jurist Adish Aggarwala tweets picture of Ansari and Mirza sharing stage in 2009. BJP hits out. Probe into kill Modi plot intensifies as PFI links continue to unravel. 5 terrorists arrested. NIA likely to take over investigation. Spiritual leader Dalai Lama sends strong message to China amid his Ladakh visit, seeks meaningful autonomy for Tibet and says that India and China should resolve differences through talks.
Sooner or later, you have to solve this problem through talk, through peaceful means. Use military force is outdated.
Sri Lankan Speaker announces resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who fled to Singapore amid protests. New president to be appointed on 22nd of July. Rishi Sunak gets closer to 10 Downing Street. The Indian origin MP won first of 2 rounds of voting for the Conservative Party and leads the race to become the next UK Prime Minister. A massive showdown has erupted days before the monsoon session of Parliament. Now, days after a massive backlash on banned words in Parliament, the Congress has highlighted another gag notice. Congress MP Jairam Ramesh tweeted a notice by Secretary General stating that members cannot use precincts of Parliament for any sort of demonstration, dharna, strike during the monsoon session, which is set to begin from July 18. Now, Jairam Ramesh, while slamming the centre, fired the dharna mana hai salvo. The Congress has been strongly protesting the move, saying it will impede their ability to critique the government.
All Indians, all of us should be really concerned that, the way we are slowly, I don't know if we are going the Russian way or we are going the Turkish way, or are we, the way, democracy in India has been slowly smothered. And the BJP forgets that when they were in opposition, they had such a long, rope for them to do all protests, which is legitimate in any democracy. Now, and I believe that whether we are in government or in vice versa, we must ensure that the voice of the opposition is heard. I mean, there have been certain assemblies where we are in government, and otherwise in other places also across different political parties have banned certain words, and I think those also should be challenged for sure.
The idea for all these impositions seems to be restore order in the House. Well, our leader has always been against disruption and disorder in the House. Sharad Pawarji has always stood for it. But at the same time, you can't throttle democracy. You can't take away the rights of the members who are representing their constituencies, to speak out what they want to say by gagging hundreds of words, number one. Number two, now they say that protest is the hallmark of a successful democracy. You see, unless in a democracy there is a right to protest or there is a right to find fault and expose wrongs of the government, the democracy can never be sustained. And therefore, in the best interest of democracy, they must understand today they are on the treasury bench, tomorrow they may be on this side, and then they will realize that it's a blunder. We can't, you see, of course, coming to the well, behaving in a disorderly manner can be regulated.
My colleague Mosmi Singh is now joining me live from Delhi on this. Mosmi, clearly the Congress is saying that this is an attempt by the centre to gag democracy, to gag the opposition from voicing its concerns, and this is their legitimate right.
See, clearly, polemic before the monsoon session commences, one after the other. There are rows that are breaking out, and that really outlines how the monsoon session is going to progress. This recent controversy...
For a second over there, Member of Parliament, Mr. Binoy Wisam is now joining us on the phone line. Sir, the Parliament Bulletin now states that the precincts of Parliament cannot be used by members of Parliament for any sort of dharna, demonstration, strike fast, or to perform any sort of religious ceremony. How do you react to that, sir?
The government is showing its real face now. It is going to be a most undemocratic, fascist way of running the Parliament. Parliament is a platform for the people and the representatives to reflect their anguish and agonies, their hopes and their dreams. So naturally it has to make protests. Protests have various forms. Normally it happens in the Parliament, not only in India, it happens all over the world. And BJP leaders themselves, like big leaders, don't name them now because they are some of the world today. They have told protest have several forms. So that protest is quite natural. Whoever is in the opposition have done it. BJP have done it in numerous times. Now, when the government is going to be a very anti-people path, when the government is imposing new and new burdens over the people, when the government is coming out with a lot of inhuman and anti-national activities also, the government is afraid in the Parliament, the opposition may oppose them. If not to oppose the wrongdoings of the government, then why there is an opposition in the Parliament? It's our duty as an opposition to protest and to question and to challenge many of the deeds of the government, and for that we have to register our protest. And no question that we will succumb before the government's dictates. We will protest for people's rights. We will protest to defend democracy. We will protest against the anti-national, anti-people policies of the government. We will protest the government when the government moves against the Dalits, the Adivasis, the women, the youth, the students, and we will continue. Okay. No bulletins can prevent us.
So you're basically saying that the opposition will not basically heed any of these bulletins. The opposition will continue to raise its voice, will continue to demonstrate, protest, strike, dharnas, fast, whatever means is required in order to register the voice of the people within the precincts of Parliament, sir.
I am asking you, and through you to the people of India, if not for registering the people's voice, then why there is a Parliament? When the people have a protest, naturally, the opposition has a right to reflect that protest also. A protest is a part of democratic norms. I don't think we have told it categorically.
Okay, absolutely. Mr. Viswam, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Mr. Arvind Sawant of the Shiv Sena Member of Parliament is now joining us on the phone line. Mr. Sawant, thank you so much for speaking to India Today, sir. Your first reaction to this latest bulletin from Parliament, which basically says that the parties, members of Parliament will not be allowed to use the precincts of Parliament for any sort of demonstration, dharna, strike, fast, or to perform any kind of religious ceremony, sir.
It's totally undemocratic, unconstitutional. How can they forget 2G, 3G agitation which they have done within the Parliament, in the premises of the Parliament, did not allow to hold the session? Was it democratic? Let them explain first. If it was democratic, then you are assaulting the base of the democracy in this country. They should feel which word I should use, just tell me. Guilty of what they are doing right now. They are, that is the reason. They want people should not voice any issue, any problem of a common man, and so-called the most important prime parliamentary democratic office of the country. They don't want to make a voice out of. This is what undemocratic. The country should now stand. It's not confined to parliament. The way it is a dictatorial term. Pure dictatorial functioning is going on right now. We should deplore it.
Okay.
Strongly.
Okay.
Not only condemn.
Right, sir, but you know, the government's argument, of course, has been that a lot of the protesting that happens and the kind of scenes that we've witnessed over recent sessions, because of which parliamentarians have even been suspended from the House for the entire session as well. Basically, it is disrupting proceedings. It is basically the opposition always in the well of the House, constantly protesting, and bills, of course, as has been alleged by the opposition itself, getting passed in the din of the House.
Then why they did it as 2G, 3G? And first, why they did not allow to run the houses, parliament houses during that period? Why they created agitation from the price hike, inflation within the house, outside the house, within the premises of the parliament? What they want to say, whatever they do was correct or is correct. And maybe, and then others, if they do the same way, they should be prevented to do that. And that here is because the government is not functioning properly. The rupee has gone down. It is reaching the bottom now. The rupee has gone down. The inflation is high. The PIN is high. The unemployment is very high. Third, so many natural calamities going on in the country. Some adjacent countries are in trouble. What the parliament is doing? You can't raise the voice in the parliament. You can't do the agitation within the premises of the parliament. Who will tell? There are few numbers of the parliamentarians who come over there in front of Gandhiji. Nowadays they take the name of Mahatma Gandhi. Did Mahatma Gandhi say like this?
Right.
Let them say.
Okay.
It was the sermon of Mahatma Gandhi. Let them say like this.
Okay. Mr. Sawant, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. So that is, of course, the opposition voicing its agitation, in fact, against the new parliamentary bulletin, which basically says that members of parliament will not be allowed to, in fact, raise their voices in the form of demonstrations, dharna, strikes, fasts inside the precincts of parliament. My colleague Mosmi Singh continues to be live with us. Mosmi, apologies for interrupting you over there earlier. Clearly, the voices from the opposition are extremely angry at the moment over this latest diktat. Of course, the government will say that these are, bulletins which are, of course, printed out and published right ahead of the session, any session, and it is nothing new. Yesterday as well, Lok Sabha Speaker, of course, when defending the allegation that unparliamentary words were many such words were being added and into the parliamentary bulletin, he basically said that no words or phrases had been, in fact, banned. Tom Vadakan of the Bharatiya Janata Party is on the phone line with me right now. Sir, the latest bulletin from Parliament basically says that members of Parliament will not be allowed to demonstrate, hold dharnas, strikes, fasts inside the precincts of Parliament. The opposition's allegation is that you're trying to stifle the people's voice in Parliament.
The people's role are not reflected in dharnas, in creating ruckus in the house, destroying furniture, tearing documents of ministers. I mean, if you have an issue, you raise it. It's debate. You have an equal right to debate, raise issues, be a democratic parliamentarian. Let the world see India debating issues rather than tearing papers, throwing files, and destroying furniture. And
For
then
which,
Parliament
sir,
is
for
not-
which, sir, there has been action which has been taken against members of Parliament. They've been suspended from entire sessions for a few days, etc. All sorts of action has been taken. But to completely deny them the right to protest in any form, isn't that undemocratic, is what the opposition is asking?
Jantar Mantar has been located as a place where you can have Dharna's demonstration, not Parliament House. Parliament House is a debate. This is democracy, the temple of democracy, something which is sacrosanct. You can't destroy furniture, you can't throw mics at each other, you can't tear papers and documents. You have a temper, control your temper. This is a new India. People are watching you. You have been given a mandate to represent the people, not to destroy the exchequer's money. And this is the issue that is coming up. People in India are asking, what are they doing in Parliament? Why are they destroying furniture? Why are they throwing files? Why are they tearing papers? This is not their job. They debate. Constructive criticism is always welcome. Be it which side you are in. You do your responsibility and people of India will honor you. See, the next election is around. And if you want to reflect what you are doing in the House, do something constructive. Raise issues of your constituency. See that they're addressed, not kind of issues, non-issues. Parliament has not started well, we want to demonstrate inside the House. You have Jantar Mantar, go there, demonstrate. Who's stopping you?
What about protesting at the Gandhi statue? At the Gandhi statue inside the precincts of Parliament, what's wrong with that, sir?
Well, that has to be decided by the Secretary General and the Speaker whether that premises can be used or not. But the point is, inside the House, I am on the issue of inside the House. That's no place for demonstration. You have a demonstration outside Gandhiji statue, but do not create a ruckus there. It's a security area. There may be other entrants who come in with passes and create problems. You have seen the attack on the Parliament. You can't let such things happen and create havoc there. It is not only sacrosanct temple of democracy, but the security of that Parliament has to be ensured.
But
So
their question is, we were speaking to a member of the opposition. He said that this same government, the BJP, when it was in opposition, agitated against the UPA government 1 and 2, especially the 2 government, against the 2G scams and the other scams as well, inside the precincts of Parliament. So they had the democratic right to protest and agitate and raise the voice of the people against the alleged corruption that happened in the UPA2 regime, which of course brought down the UPA2 regime. But today, of course, the opposition is not being allowed the same opportunity.
Opportunities depends on the context. You have created enough of hullabaloo in this House. People are waiting. People are waiting.
Okay, Mr. Varakan, thank you so much for joining us over the phone line. Let's cut across to the BJP press conference. Gaurav Bhatia addressing.
जवाब तो दिया, लेकिन वो जवाब क्या था और उसके बाद जो तथ्य सामने आए हैं ये तो और चिंतित करते हैं। भारत की जनता ये सवाल पूछ रही है, ये याद रखिएगा सोनिया गांधी जी, हामिद अंसारी जी, आपसे भी सवाल पूछे थे और आपने तो गलत तथ्य रख दिए। भारतीयता से बढ़ के कोई रिश्ता नहीं है सोनिया गांधी जी। और आज की प्रेस वार्ता का कोई शीर्षक होता तो यही होता कि तार कांग्रेस के पाकिस्तान से जुड़ते हैं, करंट वहीं से आता। बड़े पदों पे बैठे व्यक्ति, संवैधानिक पदों पे बैठे व्यक्तियों की जिम्मेदारी भी और बड़ी होती है। और कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, सबसे ऊपर हमारा देश भारत है, भारत के नागरिकों का हित है। सबसे पहले बात कर लेते हैं, जब यह प्रेस वार्ता खत्म हुई उसके बाद एक वक्तव्य हामिद अंसारी जी की तरफ से आया। इसके कुछ भाग अति महत्वपूर्ण है जो मैं आपके समक्ष रखता हूं और कुछ तथ्य भी रखूंगा। सबसे पहले हामिद अंसारी जी ने सारा ठीकरा कांग्रेस की सरकार के ऊपर यह कह के फोड़ा कि जो फॉरेन डिग्निटरीज उपराष्ट्रपति के कार्यक्रम में बुलाए जाते हैं, ये सरकार की सलाह से बुलाए जाते हैं। और मैं रीड कर दूं, मैं ये वक्तव्य रखना चाहता हूं जिससे कि बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो जाए कि उन्होंने क्या कहा। इट इज अ नोन फैक्ट दैट इन्विटेशन टू फॉरेन डिग्निटरीज बाय द वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया आर ऑन द एडवाइस ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, जनरली थ्रू द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स। और कांग्रेस पे हम आएंगे, उनसे जो सवाल पूछने हैं वो दोहराएंगे भी, कुछ नए सवाल भी पूछेंगे। लेकिन हामिद अंसारी जी खुद कहते हैं कि पूर्व की कांग्रेस सरकार की सलाह पर उनसे मशवरा कर कर ही इन फॉरेन डिग्निटरीज को बुलाया जाता है। दूसरी बात जो हमने उजागर करी थी, 26/11 का आतंकवादी हमला हमारे देश पे किया जाता है और हमने ये भी बताया था कि आतंकवाद से कैसे लड़ना है ये कांग्रेस पार्टी पाकिस्तान के ISI एजेंट से सीख रही थी। हामिद अंसारी जी कहते हैं, I had inaugurated the conference on terrorism on 11th December 2010. The International Conference of Jurists on International Terrorism and Human Rights. As is the normal practice, the list of invitees would have been drawn by the organizers. I never invited him or met him. नुसरत मिर्जा के लिए। यह तस्वीर देखिए ध्यान से। इस तस्वीर में ऊपर लिखा है सेकेंड इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, उसके नीचे शीर्षक है टेररिज्म नेशनल एंड इंटरनेशनल, और 27 अक्टूबर 2009 को। और ध्यान दीजिएगा, ये जो मुंबई का आतंकवादी हमला हुआ उससे 1 साल भी अभी नहीं बीता था, 1 साल भी नहीं बीता था। और बीच में बैठे हैं तत्कालीन उपराष्ट्रपति हामिद अंसारी जी। और ये देखिए, मंच पे, कहीं और नहीं, ऑडियंस में नहीं, मंच पे बैठे हैं ये बहरूपीय पत्रकार, पाकिस्तान के एजेंट नुसरत मिर्जा। तो अब वक्तव्य है हामिद अंसारी जी का और यह तस्वीर है और ये सवाल है, क्या ये सत्य नहीं है? कांग्रेस पार्टी इसका जवाब दे, सोनिया गांधी जी जवाब दीजिए, राहुल गांधी जी जवाब दीजिए कि इस तरह का कोई भी कार्यक्रम अगर उसका आयोजन होता है तो उसकी क्लियरेंस इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज के इनपुट्स के बाद की जाती है और वीजा देने का कार्य तो सरकार ही करती है, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स करता है। तो ये कैसे हो गया कि ऐसा पत्रकार जो पाकिस्तान के ISI से भारत की गोपनीय, अति संवेदनशील, मैं दोहरा दूं, जानकारी साझा कर रहा था, वो तत्कालीन उपराष्ट्रपति हामिद अंसारी जी के साथ बैठा हुआ है। दूसरी बात, इसी तस्वीर में अगर आप देखें तो सरकार के बड़े वरिष्ठ मंत्री भी बैठे हुए हैं। कांग्रेस की सरकार के वरिष्ठ मंत्री मंच साझा कर रहे हैं। तो क्या यह वाजिब सवाल नहीं है जो भारत की जनता आपसे पूछती है कि ऐसे व्यक्ति को वीजा क्यों दिया गया? वो भारत में आके यहां पे रेकी करता है, जानकारी लेता है और उसके बाद उस जानकारी का इस्तेमाल भारत में आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किया जाता है? भारतीयों की जान को खतरे में क्यों डाला? प्रश्न यह भी पूछा जाना चाहिए कि हामिद अंसारी जी, आपकी याददाश्त बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन क्या नियत में खोट था कि इस 2009 की प्रेस वार्ता का जिक्र आपने अपने वक्तव्य में नहीं किया? सच 0, झूठ 100%। और यह बात दोहरा के मैं कहूंगा, संवैधानिक पदों पे जो व्यक्ति आसीन होता है, चाहे रहा हो, उसका हम आदर करेंगे, लेकिन देश से बढ़ के कोई नहीं है। अगर ऐसी जानकारी सामने आ रही है, इन सवालों के पूछे जाने से पहले यह जिम्मेदारी कांग्रेस पार्टी की थी, हामिद अंसारी जी की थी, सोनिया गांधी जी की थी कि वो जनता को स्पष्ट बताएं, सारी जानकारी दें। और अगर कोई गोपनीय जानकारी है, जैसा मैंने पिछली प्रेस वार्ता में कहा था, तो सरकार को साझा करें सीधा, उसका हम सम्मान करेंगे। तीसरी बात, जिस सेमिनार का जिक्र हामिद अंसारी जी ने किया, उसके ऑर्गेनाइजर बड़े मजे हुए अधिवक्ता हैं, वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हैं सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के। उनका एक वक्तव्य है और उसकी कुछ बातें मैं आपसे साझा कर दूं। और साझा करने से पहले ये लाइन फिर से पढ़ दूं। हामिद अंसारी जी कहते हैं, नुसरत मिर्जा, आई नेवर इनवाइटेड हिम और मेट हिम, लेकिन उपराष्ट्रपति का कार्यालय 2010 की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस थी, उसके लिए फोन घुमा के ऑर्गेनाइजर से कहता है कि आप कृपया करके जर्नलिस्ट नुसरत मिर्जा को इनवाइट करिए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए। क्यों कहा? क्या रिश्ता है ये? उपराष्ट्रपति का ऑफिस ऑर्गेनाइजर से कह रहा है, और ये 2010 की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, 9 की जो आतंकवाद पे सेमिनार था, वो मैंने तस्वीर दिखाई, वो बैठा है यहां पे, ये उपराष्ट्रपति बैठे हैं तब के, और साथ में केंद्रीय मंत्री बैठे हैं कांग्रेस की सरकार के। 2010 की कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा जाता है कि उसको निमंत्रण दीजिए। दूसरी बात जो आई, और वक्तव्य से ही बता रहा हूं ये ऑर्गेनाइजर का, वो कहता है कि इंसिस्टेंस थी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट की, और जब नहीं बुलाया गया 2010 में, द देन वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हामिद अंसारी जी एक्सप्रेस्ड डिसप्लेयर, नाराज हुए, आक्रोशित थे। अगर नहीं बुलाया गया और आप कहते हैं आप ना मिले हैं ना जानते हैं, तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है? ये नाराजगी कैसी? और उसके बाद कहते हैं कि हामिद अंसारी जी फेल्ट ऑफेंडेड। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, जो आप सभी बड़े प्रतिष्ठित पत्रकार हैं, ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुख्य अतिथि थे हामिद अंसारी जी, 1 घंटे का समय देते हैं और नाराज होकर 20 मिनट कहते हैं मैं रहूंगा, और जानकारी जो आ रही है वो 20 ही मिनट रुकते हैं। ये तथ्य ना बदला जा सकता है, ना छुपाया जा सकता है। और सत्य की एक ताकत होती है, आप जितना दबाएंगे, जितना छुपाएंगे, और मजबूती से वो सामने आता है। इसके बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी पे भी आते हैं, और ये इसलिए आते हैं कि सरकार कांग्रेस पार्टी की थी, और किस संदर्भ में हम बात कर रहे हैं ये मैं आपके समक्ष रख दूं। 26/11 वो दिन है जब भारत की अखंडता पर, हमारे नागरिकों पर, हमारे सम्मान पर आतंकवादी हमला होता है। और इस हमले को अभी 1 साल भी नहीं बीता था, इस सेमिनार की आवश्यकता, जहां पाकिस्तान के एजेंट आके भारत को पाठ पढ़ाएंगे कि आतंकवाद से कैसे लड़ा जाए। सोनिया गांधी जी, ये प्रश्न बड़ा ही महत्वपूर्ण है, और ये हर नागरिक आपसे और राहुल गांधी जी से पूछ रहा है। दूसरी बात, केंद्रीय मंत्री आपकी सरकार के इस सेमिनार में क्या कर रहे हैं? क्या भारत की इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज ने आपको जानकारी दी थी और उसके बावजूद यह हुआ है? एक बात और सामने आपके रख दूं, जब यह सेमिनार ऑर्गेनाइज हो रहा था, तब इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने एक प्रेस वार्ता करी कि 27 अक्टूबर 2009 को हम ये आतंकवाद पर सेमिनार करेंगे। और मंच किसने साझा किया? उस वक्त प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मंच साझा किया था कांग्रेस के मंत्री रहे कपिल सिब्बल जी ने। अब आप मुझे बताइए कि अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार का सहयोग ना होता तो ये केंद्रीय मंत्री जानकारी देने के लिए भी, और वरिष्ठ मंत्री रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, ये बात अलग है कि वो अब दूसरी पार्टी में है जो आतंकवादियों का समर्थन करती है, लेकिन जानकारी भी आपको थी राहुल गांधी जी। आप इस सेमिनार को समर्थन भी दे रहे थे और देश के खिलाफ आप काम भी कर रहे थे। और कुछ जानकारी जो बड़ी आवश्यक है, जब भी किसी सबसे ऊंचे संवैधानिक पद पे जो व्यक्ति बैठा है, चाहे माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी हो, माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी हो, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हो, उनका कोई कार्यक्रम होता है तो एक प्रोटोकॉल होता है, और उस प्रोटोकॉल में सबसे पहले संवैधानिक पद पे जो व्यक्ति बैठा है उसका कार्यालय जानकारी लेता है कि कौन कौन व्यक्ति इस कार्यक्रम में रहेंगे, मंच कौन कौन साझा करेगा, और यहां तक रूपरेखा और डिटेलिंग होती है कि इस मंच पे कौन कहां बैठेगा। तो अगर ये जानकारी साझा की गई हमीद अंसारी जी से और उनके कार्यालय से, तो क्या ये मानना सही नहीं होगा कि आपकी सहमति से ही और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार चाहती थी कि ऐसा व्यक्ति भारत में घुसे और भारत की अखंडता को ठेस पहुंचाए? दूसरी बात, अगर हमीद अंसारी जी चाहते तो वो ये कह सकते थे और कांग्रेस की सरकार भी ये कह सकती थी कि इस व्यक्ति को यहां पे नहीं बुलाया जाए, हम वीजा नहीं देंगे, सरकार कह सकती थी कांग्रेस की। और मैं मंच साझा नहीं करूंगा, ये हामिद अंसारी जी कह सकते थे। तमाम बार ऐसा हुआ है। लेकिन जैसा हमें पता है, कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र यह है, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक का प्रमाण मांग लो, आर्मी चीफ को सड़क का गुंडा बताओ, जब पुलवामा में हमला हो तो उसको होम ग्रोन टेररिज्म बता दो। और इसीलिए आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जो मजबूत लड़ाई श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार लड़ रही है, उसमें सबसे कमजोर कड़ी कोई है तो वो हमारा विपक्ष और कांग्रेस पार्टी है। इसके साथ ही ये सवाल जो पूछे गए थे, इसका उत्तर नहीं आया, लेकिन मैं आशा करता हूं कि इतने महत्वपूर्ण है कि इनको पुनः उठाया जाएगा और इन सवालों की गूंज से कांग्रेस पार्टी को है। हमने एक मुद्दा उठाया और उस मुद्दे को उठाने वाले को वो कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग की मानसिकता खराब है। लेकिन जो बात हमने उठाई कि आपने 5 बार ये जो पाकिस्तान से आईएसआई को जानकारी देने वाले नुसरत मिर्जा आए थे, इनको वीजा क्यों दिया? इसका उत्तर नहीं आया। दोबारा मैं पूछ रहा हूं, इसका उत्तर नहीं आया कि जब पाकिस्तान से कोई व्यक्ति आता है तो यह नॉर्म है, यह एक प्रेसिडेंस है कि उसको 3 शहरों का अनुमति मिलती है और वीजा मिलता है। आपने 7 शहरों का अनुमति दी। यह खुद बात पाकिस्तानी पत्रकार कहते हैं। सवाल यह उठता है कि क्या ऐसा है कि सोनिया गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी के दबाव में जो संवैधानिक पद पे लोग बैठे थे वो भी कार्य कर रहे थे? क्या इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज को कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया गया था? क्या इस तरह की राजनीति की जगह भारत में है? और मैं इतना और कह के अंत करूंगा, 26/11 का ये जो हमला है, इसके बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी का चरित्र क्या रहा, चाल चलन क्या रहा? सबसे पहले याद करते हुए मेजर संदीप उन्नीकृष्णन जी को, जिन्होंने शहादत दी हमारे देश के लिए, लेकिन राहुल गांधी सुबह 5 बजे तक पार्टी कर रहे थे। ये लेके आया हूं मैं। दूसरी बात, तत्कालीन गृह मंत्री बंद गले का सूट बदल रहे थे। हमारे देश की सेना पूरे विश्व में सबसे ज्यादा वीर थी, है और रहेगी। और तत्कालीन एयर चीफ मार्शल फाली होमी मेजर जी ने उस वक्त भी कहा था कि अगर सरकार इशारा कर दे तो हम ऐसे देश को जो यहां आतंकवाद फैलाता है, हमले करवाता है, सबक सिखा देंगे, नेस्त नाबूद कर देंगे। लेकिन यह निर्णय नहीं लिया गया और जो मजबूत सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करती है, बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक करती है, तो उस पर प्रमाण हमसे मांगते हैं। और इसके साथ एक बात और जोड़ दूं, ये पूरे भारत की भावना है और कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता रहे हैं, मनीष तिवारी नेता हैं, मंत्री रहे हैं, उनकी किताब में भी यही बात लिखी है कि कांग्रेस की सरकार में सेना के हाथ बांध दिए गए थे, जो रिस्पॉन्स होना चाहिए था वो नहीं था। ये सारी बातें आपके समक्ष इसलिए रखना जरूरी था कि जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोई मुद्दा उठाती है तो सबसे पहले राष्ट्रहित के बारे में सोचती है, तथ्यों का अध्ययन करती है, सारी जानकारी लेती है और जिम्मेदारी से जो बात सार्वजनिक उठानी चाहिए उसे हम उठाते हैं। और उसके अलावा कोई भी ऐसा तथ्य हो जिससे हमारे देश को परेशानी हो, वो कभी भी सार्वजनिक मंच से नहीं उठाया जाएगा। लेकिन ये जो सवाल है, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी को, राहुल गांधी जी को, सोनिया गांधी जी को इसका उत्तर देना चाहिए। ये तस्वीरें लाखों लाखों शब्द बोलती हैं, ये तस्वीरें आवाज है 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की जो चीख चीख के आपसे ये सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। धन्यवाद। एनी क्वेश्चंस? आई विल टेक देम। इस पे पहले ले लें।
Heard the Bharatiya Janata Party there going all guns blazing against former Vice President Hamid Ansari and the alleged Pakistan spy links. Yesterday, Hamid Ansari denied all those allegations and charges, but the BJP here producing evidence, the picture from an event of 2009 that Hamid Ansari attended, and on the dais was Nusrat Mirza, the Pakistani spy who has in fact gone on record to say that he visited India on 5 different occasions, collected information and passed it on to the ISI. My colleague Akshita Nandagopal spoke to the chairman of the All India Bar Association, Adish Aggarwala, over Ansari's alleged link with Pak spy Nusrat Mirza. He alleged that Ansari attended the conference on terrorism back in 2009 in Delhi with Nusrat. Listen in.
Dr. Aggarwal, you've spoken about him not attending finally. The Pakistani journalist didn't attend. A picture that you've put out shows the Pakistani journalist Nusrat Mirza on the same dais with the former vice president. Your contention says that this is from another conference?
No,
can you give us details about this picture?
Friends, it was in 27th October 2009.
Okay.
It was organized by Jammu Masjid United Front in Oberoi Hotel. And when my name was it was told by Congress and the president, he came in this program and we invited him. That's why I was compelled to do research. And I found that the Honorable Vice President was sharing the dais with the Pak journalist in that conference organized by Jammu Masjid United Front. And as a matter of fact, why Honorable Vice President is telling that he attended our conference, this journalist, because that conference organized by Jammu Masjid United Front was illegal. Because when international conference is being organized, a permission has to be obtained from Home Ministry and Ministry of External Affairs. And because this was for Muslims organized, and the purpose of that conference was to dispel the doubt that Muslims are creating terrorism, developing terrorism. That was the main purpose of holding that, because that statement was made by Mr. Kapil Sibal about 10 days before when that conference was organized. So they have not sought any permission from Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, and the President and Vice President. They are supposed to seek clearance from these ministries, and rightly the Honorable Vice President had told that he is attending, he is invited, he is accepting request once the conferences, such conferences are cleared by government, Ministry of External Affairs, Home Ministry. Our conference was cleared by Home Ministry, Law Ministry, and Ministry of External Affairs. So he pointed out that a journalist attended our conference. Intentionally he made this averment, because that other conference was totally illegal and it was not proper on the part of the Honorable Vice President to attend a conference which is not cleared by the government.
So let me just put this in context for our viewers from what you've told us, Mr. Aggarwal. The picture on the screens right now is from a conference 27th October 2009, which is where the former Vice President, Mr. Hamid Ansari, is seen along with the Pakistan journalist Nusrat Mirza. The event that you held the conference was in 2010. Do you believe, sir, that then the Congress as well as the former Vice President are using your conference in a sense to shield themselves by justifying themselves, saying that, look, Mr. Mirza wasn't in attendance in your conference?
Yes, that is correct. He used the name of our conference now that so that our intelligence agencies, government should not make any inquiry about the other conference which was totally illegal and the Vice President has attended without the clearance of the Ministry of External Affairs and Home Ministry.
Slipping into a short break. Coming up next, probe into Kill Modi plot intensifies as PFI links continue to unravel. 5 terrorists arrested. NIA likely to take over investigation.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The latest episode of Coffee with Karan Season 7 was a platter full of spilled beans by Bollywood stars Sara Ali Khan and Janhvi Kapoor with a drizzle of cheese. Let's hear more on it.
Janhvi Kapoor and Sara Ali Khan are in the house. Namaste darshako to you.
Bollywood's newest BFFs are spilling the coffee beans and how.
Obscene sighting. Watch out.
Sara Ali Khan and Janhvi Kapoor gave copious amounts of fodder for gossip during their Coffee with Karan appearance.
मेरी जिंदगी में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज मेरा करियर है. What happened? सिर्फ एक इंसान के साथ रहना, उसी के लिए वो वाली फीलिंग लाना नेचुरल थोड़ी है.
The Lavajkal star had a sassy answer for Kejo when asked why her ex is her ex.
Because he's everyone's ex.
From the ex and on to the next, Sara Ali Khan did not shy away from confessing to her massive crush on South heartthrob Vijay Deverakonda.
Sara, give me a name of a boy you feel like you want to date today. Just
No.
Vijay
Vijay Deverakonda.
Like a quintessential filmy plot twist, Sara insinuated that something was cooking between her bestie Janhvi and Vijay.
You with Vijay Deverakonda.
Do you like Vijay? What is this?
The girls served some piping hot tea on the coffee couch when they hinted at a possible link-up between Rashmika Mandanna and Vijay. Battling it out for the coffee hamper, the starlets revealed they have the hots for Ranveer Singh, Ranbir Kapoor, Vicky Kaushal and Varun Dhawan. And in a controversial declaration, Sara said that marriage is definitely not a deal breaker.
So many people have actually told us this, that you all bring out like an obscene sighting.
Watch out.
Sara and Janhvi gushed about their girls' trip to Kedarnath, stalking exes who are brothers and late-night conversations. Ingredients for that perfect brew of friendship.
And you keep mentioning...
We hope that Sara and Janhvi keep this cup of coffee steaming, fresh and hot. With Tanushree Mundli, Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think that 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
You are...
Navigating uncertainty in the post-pandemic era. The Unmissable Business Today Masterclass with Professor Shrikant Datta, Dean of the Harvard Business School, design thinker, ace accountant, management guru par excellence. BT Masterclass at 10:30 p.m. only on India Today. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
frantic, unsettling island drama. The epic people's uprising in Sri Lanka.
The police is firing on the protesters. They were suddenly started marching toward the Prime Minister's residence.
We're currently outside the Prime Minister's office, and currently what is happening here is that
Pramod and Ashutosh at every site.
Similar pictures we are seeing at Ground Zero here in Colombo.
These were the protesters who were at Dalface earlier, and now they're trying to move away from this place.
Relentless, fearless, live reportage. Zero compromise, zero rest. Amidst the rebels, tear gas and crowds. India riveted to India Today TV coverage. Pramod and Ashutosh live from Lanka. Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha, and here are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the star. Sensational twist to former Vice President Hamid Ansari's link to Pak spy Nusrat Mirza. Former jurist Adish Aggarwala tweets picture of Ansari and Mirza sharing stage in 2009. BJP hits out.
हामिद अंसारी जी ने सारा ठीकरा कांग्रेस की सरकार के ऊपर ये कह के फोड़ा it is a known fact that invitation to foreign dignitaries by the Vice President of India are on the advice of the government, generally through the Ministry of External Affairs.
Ajmer Dargah cleric Gohar Chishti, who raised Sar Tar Se Juda call against Nupur Sharma, nabbed from Hyderabad. Cops looking into PFI link. Probe into kill Modi plot intensifies as PFI links continue to unravel. 5 terrorists arrested, NIA likely to take over investigation. Massive showdown ahead of monsoon session. Opposition slams no protest in Parliament notice, says nothing is going to stop them from protesting. Spiritual leader Dalai Lama sends strong message to China amid his Ladakh visit, seeks meaningful autonomy for Tibet and says that India and China should resolve differences through talks.
Sooner or later, you have to solve this problem through talk, through peaceful means. So, use military force is outdated.
Sri Lanka Speaker announces resignation of President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who fled to Singapore amid protests. New president to be appointed on the 22nd of July. News just coming in right now. Row over Namaz at Lucknow Lulu Mall. Hindu group seeks not to recite the Hanuman Chalisa now. Heavy security bandobast at the Akhil Bharat Hindu Mahasabha's national spokesperson, in fact, has said that they want the rights to recite Hanuman Chalisa. In fact, Lulu Mall GM, General Manager, also reaches his residence at the moment.
लखनऊ में लुलू मॉल के बढ़ते विवाद के बीच में हिंदू संगठन में अखिल भारत हिंदू महासभा के जो राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता है शिशिर चतुर्वेदी, उनको पुलिस ने उनके ही आवास पर नज़रबंद किया हुआ है। आप ये देखिए, यहाँ पर पुलिस मौजूद है लखनऊ की, और वो उनके आवास के बाहर सिक्योरिटीज़ जो है उनको अंदर जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। साफ तौर पे चूँकि जिस तरीके से लुलू मॉल का विवाद उठा था, उसके बाद से हिंदू संगठन आज जो पाठ करने की बात कर रहे थे कि वो जो है हनुमान चालीसा हो, सुंदरकांड, उसका पाठ करेंगे। मैं इस समय रेजिडेंस के बाहर हूँ। ये जो है ये रेजिडेंस है जो यहाँ के हिंदू महासभा के प्रवक्ता है उनका, उसके बाहर पूरी तरीके से पुलिस फोर्स की तैनाती की गई है और किसी को भी मनाही है अंदर जाने की साफ तौर से।
My colleague Abhishek Mishra is now joining me live on the story from Lucknow. Abhishek, what is the police saying in terms of trying to de-escalate this situation?
Well, Paulo, as far as police is concerned, they are not speaking anything yet with the fact because this spokesperson from the Hindu Mahasabha has called for, chanting Hanuman Chalisa and Sundarkand within the premises of the Lulu Mall. So that is a main thing which the police and the administration is trying to manage at the moment, and that is the only reason that the GM of Lulu Mall has also been taken alongside to have this dialogue and to to get this whole dispute solved. And today also we have seen that there was another video which was also released, and it is surfacing there on the social media where Namaz was being performed there. So now, yesterday also when Hindu Mahasabha tried to enter the premises, they were stopped. They have also complained against the mall authorities, and on the other hand, the mall authority has already filed a complaint against those who were doing Namaz within the premises. So it is getting quite intense now, although taking a proactive action. He has been, the police force is deployed there at his residence of the spokesperson, and at the same time there is a dialogue happening between them so that this does not escalate further. But it remains to be seen how the police is going to manage the situation, because the Hindu Mahasabha is very adamant on the fact that if there is no strict action, they are very much sure that they will go inside the mall and will perform Hanuman Chalisa there if no strict action taken. But right now police is there and they're trying to maintain the situation as far as this whole controversy is concerned. Yes.
Right. Abhishek, thank you so much for bringing us that update from Lucknow. Ajmer Dargah cleric Gohar Chishti, who raised the Sar Tan Se Juda call against Nupur Sharma, has been arrested in Hyderabad. The cleric in a video was seen raising provocative slogans at the premises of the Ajmer Dargah. He was caught by the Ajmer police. The police had taken cognizance of the speech and registered a suo motu case against Gohar Chishti. Now, after receiving a tip-off as far as the presence of Chishti in Hyderabad was concerned, a team of Ajmer police arrested him at the spot. Lately, many clerics in Ajmer have raised provocative slogans either against the country or Hindu beliefs.
चार लोगों को इस मुकदमे में पहले गिरफ्तार किया जा चुका है। इसके अलावा पांचवां जो है गोहर चिश्ती, उसको गिरफ्तार किया है, और छठा जो इसको शरण देने वाला है मुनवर उर्फ एहसान उल्ला, उसको अभी है डिटेन किया हुआ है। अभी इसके बारे में इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जा रहा है कि इनके आपस के अंदर क्या लिंक है, ये आपस में दोस्त हैं या मेहमान हैं, क्या है उसके।
My colleague Devankar Vadhavan is in fact joining us live from Ajmer. Dev, we do know that in fact Gohar Chishti will be produced in court today. What is the police saying in terms of the investigation and which way is this proceeding? Because he was not the only person associated with Ajmer Dargah who had in fact raised provocative slogans of the back of Nupur Sharma's remarks against the Prophet.
Paulomi, the police has been really circumspect and taking each step, very cautiously. It's been treading very cautiously. The police maintains that he was nabbed from Hyderabad on Thursday and he has been brought over to Ajmer, and the course of investigations will tell whether he actually had PFI connections or not. He was also asked, the Ajmer Superintendent of Police, that whether the links of Gohar Chishti go up to the Kanwar Yatra murder case, because remember that those Sar Tan Se Juda slogans that were raised inside Ajmer Dargah premises, the same slogan was mentioned in that video also, which had the two main accused in the Kanwar Yatra murder case, that is Mohammad Riaz Atari and Ghaus Mohammed. So whether those two separate incidents have any connections or not is a subject matter of investigations. That is what the police has clearly stated. The police has also stated that he was staying in Hyderabad since July 1, that he was being helped by Munawwar alias Rahmatullah. In fact, the police mentioned that Munawwar was the person who had given him shelter, that person has also been taken into custody, and that when the police tried to nab Gohar Chishti, he tried to flee from there, and in that entire melee, there was a scuffle between the police personnel and Gohar Chishti, and he has sustained injuries in that scuffle. The police will be producing him in court today, and the police will be trying to find out whether Gohar Chishti's role was limited to raising those provocative slogans, or whether, as has been speculated, whether there was any connection with the killers or the accused in the Kanwar Yatra murder case. Follow me.
Dave, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. Five arrested in Patna for being involved in a terror module to target the Prime Minister's July 12 Patna rally. Mohammad Jalaluddin, a retired sub-inspector from Jharkhand, and Athar Parvez were running an organization to make India an Islamic nation by 2047. The duo was training misguided students in anti-national weapons and physical combat from 15 days prior to Prime Minister Modi's visit. India Today has accessed the rent agreement of Ahmed Palace, where the arrested duo used to train students and carry out terror activities. In the latest, the Ministry of Home Affairs is likely to hand over Patna terror module case to NIA. Links to radical Islamist groups like SIMI and PFI have emerged. The man leading the probe has landed in a soup after drawing parallels between the RSS with the PFI training camps. The SSP has been served a notice to explain this comment within 48 hours. Earlier, Bihar police recovered incriminating documents, one of them titled 2047 India Towards Rule of Islamic India, along with 25 PFI pamphlets.
ये बहुत ही गैर जिम्मेदाराना, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण और भर्त्सना योग्य है और मैं इसकी पूरी भर्त्सना करता हूं। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ एक प्रामाणिक राष्ट्रवादी संगठन है। देश के विकास, संस्कृति, संस्कार, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमेशा उसके स्वयंसेवक खड़े रहते हैं। हमें गर्व है उनके काम पर और उसकी तुलना पीएफआई ऐसे एक राष्ट्र विरोधी आतंकवादी संगठन के साथ करना, इससे बड़ी कोई गैर जिम्मेदाराना बात हो नहीं सकती है।
जिस तरह पटना के एसएसपी के द्वारा ये बयान दिया गया कि संघ और पीएफआई में बहुत फर्क नहीं है, ये अत्यंत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इस तरह के बयान के लिए बिहार की सरकार किसी भी हालत में ऐसे ऑफिसर पर बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी। और मैं भी डिमांड करता हूं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से कि इनके खिलाफ तुरंत शीघ्र कार्रवाई किया जाए और तुरंत पटना के एसएसपी से इसको हटाने का निर्देश देने की कृपा करें।
देश में, दुनिया में आतंक फैलाने वाली संस्था और दूसरे तरफ एक दुनिया में वापसी सानिध्य पैदा करने वाली संस्था, दोनों में 36 का संबंध है। मानस पटल में इस तरह की भावनाएं भरी हुई है, ये उसका उद्गार है। निश्चित रूप से इस पर जांच होनी चाहिए और एसएसपी पर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Chilling Kill Modi plot. A terror module out to target the Prime Minister's July 12 Patna rally, when the Prime Minister was on a brief visit to Bihar. Links to radical Islamist groups like SIMI and PFI have emerged. A larger conspiracy unearthed to establish an Islamic India by 2047. Patna police has busted a terror cell and arrested 2 accused. One of them is Mohammad Jalaluddin, a retired sub-inspector of Jharkhand police. The other one is Athar Parvez, brother of a 2013 Patna bomb blast accused, who had then targeted Modi's campaign rally.
मोहम्मद जलालुद्दीन ने बताया है कि वो अतहर परवेज, जिनका हिस्ट्री बहुत ही दागदार रहा है, वो सिमी के एक्टिव मेंबर रहे हैं। पिछले 2 सालों से पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई के आड़ में कॉवर्ट ऑपरेशन कर रहे थे, लोगों को रेडिकलाइज कर रहे थे।
But it was not just Modi who was on target. As per cops, the terrorists were part of a larger plot to change India into an Islamic state with a 2047 deadline. The objective was to establish Islamic rule in the country and restore the status snatched away by the British when they conquered India and dethroned the Muslim rulers.
उनके विजन में ही टर्की का उल्लेख है कि जो इस्लाम के बियरर्स हैं, फ्लैग बियरर्स हैं, अगर स्टैंड ऑफ की स्थिति आती है स्टेट के साथ तो उसकी मदद लेंगे। तो
2047 तक भारत को इस्लामिक मुल्क बनाने की इनकी मंशा है उस डॉक्यूमेंट के हिसाब से। आपको मैं
ये नहीं कह सकता हूं, बट डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो रिकवर्ड हुआ है उसमें तो यही लिखा है।
दिस इज द PFI flags in large numbers. It has been seized. Apart from that, several incriminating documents here relating to SDPI. You see here, these are documents, incriminating documents relating to SDPI, how SDPI used to help. This is the membership form of SDPI, how you can enroll yourself, become a member of this party, of this organization, rather, Social Democratic Party of India. And all this clearly goes on to show that the suspected terrorists were planning something really big, and Prime Minister's Patna visit was on the radar.
The conspirators plan to enlist support of India's 10% Muslim population and Islamic countries like Turkey to achieve their sinister objective.
इनके जो भी ऑफिस बियरर्स हैं और जो भी इनके मेंबर्स थे, क्योंकि उनकी हम लोगों को सूचना प्राप्त हुई है, हम लोगों को डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले हैं कि कमेटी में कौन कौन था और उनमें से बहुत से लोग नामजद भी हुए हैं और उनके हम लोग बैंक अकाउंट्स और जितने भी उनके फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस हुई हैं कम से कम पिछले 1 साल में, उसकी हम लोग जांच करवाएंगे.
The man leading the probe has landed in a soup after drawing parallels between the RSS with the PFI training camps. The SSP has been served a notice to explain this comment within 48 hours.
जैसे शाखा होती है, आरएसएस अपनी शाखा ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं और लाठी की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उसी तरह से ये लोग शारीरिक प्रशिक्षण, फिजिकल एजुकेशन के नाम से लोग अपने यूथ्स को बुला के और उनको प्रशिक्षण दे रहे थे और उसी के साथ ही जो अपना एजेंडा है और प्रोपेगेंडा है उनके माध्यम से यूथ्स को ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम कर रहे थे.
As per cops, the accused also did a dress rehearsal, training for 15 days to practice the attack on Modi's rally. The accused say they were merely running an NGO. The cops, however, have unearthed terror funding to the tune of 83 lakh rupees and ample proof that youth from Kerala, Bengal, UP, Tamil Nadu and many other states were coming to get terror training with the accused.
More searches, more raids are being carried out. The police, the Patna police is also contacting several other state police from where what we have learned that several youth from in those states were also coming to this training center in Patna. So massive terror module has been busted by the Patna police and investigations have in this case have just begun and more arrests are likely to take place in next few days. With camera person Nadeem Alam, this is Rohit Singh in Patna for
There's a fresh twist to controversy over former Vice President Hamid Ansari and his alleged links with Pakistan spy Nusrat Mirza. Chairman of All India Bar Association Adish Aggarwala has made a sensational claim. He says that there was an international conference on terrorism which was attended by Ansari and the Pakistani spy and they chose not to disclose it. Aggarwal alleged that Hamid Ansari and his friends were fraternizing with Pakistani journalist Nusrat Mirza at the Jammu Masjid United Forum's conference. BJP trained guns on Hamid Ansari and alleged that he is just concealing his association with the Pakistani spy. Ansari has, however, denied all allegations, saying he's never met the Pakistani spy. He said it's a litany of falsehood that had been unleashed on him personally.
हामिद अंसारी जी ने सारा ठीकरा कांग्रेस की सरकार के ऊपर यह कह के फोड़ा कि जो फॉरेन डिग्निटरीज उपराष्ट्रपति के कार्यक्रम में बुलाए जाते हैं, ये सरकार की सलाह से बुलाए जाते हैं. और मैं रीड कर दूं, मैं ये वक्तव्य रखना चाहता हूं जिससे कि बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो जाए कि उन्होंने क्या कहा. इट इज अ नोन फैक्ट दैट इन्विटेशन टू फॉरेन डिग्निटरीज बाय द वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया आर ऑन द एडवाइस ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, जनरली थ्रू द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स. दूसरी बात, इसी तस्वीर में अगर आप देखें तो सरकार के बड़े वरिष्ठ मंत्री भी बैठे हुए हैं. कांग्रेस की सरकार के वरिष्ठ मंत्री मंच साझा कर रहे हैं, तो क्या यह वाजिब सवाल नहीं है जो भारत की जनता आपसे पूछती है कि ऐसे व्यक्ति को वीजा क्यों दिया गया? वो भारत में आके यहां पे रेकी करता है, जानकारी लेता है और उसके बाद उस जानकारी का इस्तेमाल भारत में आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा देने के लिए किया जाता है.
Quite obvious from the picture that the statement that Mr. Hamid Ansari put out was economical with truth. He's clearly trying to conceal his association with Nusrat Mirza, whose video claiming that he was spying in India and was passing on information to ISI has come to light. Now the question is that why is Mr. Ansari doing it? And why would he want to show that he had no association with him?
My colleague Akshita Nandagopal, in fact, earlier spoke to the chairman of the All India Bar Association, Adish Aggarwala, over Ansari's alleged link with Pakistani spy Nusrat Mirza. He alleged that Ansari attended the Conference on Terrorism back in 2009 in Delhi with Nusrat Mirza. Listen in. Dr. Aggarwal, you've spoken about him not attending, finally. The Pakistani journalist didn't attend. A picture that you've put out shows the Pakistani journalist, Nusrat Mirza, on the same dais with the former vice president. Your contention says that this is from another conference?
No,
can you give us details about this picture?
Friends, it was in 27th October 2009.
Okay.
It was organized by Jammu Masjid United Front in Oberoi Hotel. And when my name was it was told by Congress and the president, he came in this program and we invited him. That's why I was compelled to do research. And I found that the Honorable Vice President was sharing the dais with the Pak journalist in that conference organized by Jammu Masjid United Front. And as a matter of fact, why Honorable Vice President is telling that he attended our conference, this journalist, because that conference organized by Jammu Masjid United Front was illegal. Because when international conference is being organized, a permission has to be obtained from Home Ministry and Ministry of External Affairs. And because this was for Muslims organized, and the purpose of that conference was to dispel the doubt that Muslims are creating terrorism, developing terrorism. That was the main purpose of holding that, because that statement was made by Mr. Kapil Sibal about 10 days before when that conference was organized. So they have not sought any permission from Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, and the President and Vice President. They are supposed to seek clearance from these ministries. And rightly, the Honorable Vice President had told that he is attending, he is invited, he is accepting request once the conferences, such conferences are cleared by government, Ministry of External Affairs, Home Ministry. Our conference was cleared by Home Ministry, Law Ministry, and Ministry of External Affairs. So he pointed out that a journalist attended our conference. Intentionally he made this averment, because that other conference was totally illegal and it was not proper on the part of the Honorable Vice President to attend a conference which is not cleared by the government.
So let me just put this in context for our viewers from what you've told us, Mr. Aggarwal. The picture on the screens right now is from a conference 27th October 2009, which is where the former Vice President, Mr. Hamid Ansari, is seen along with the Pakistan journalist Nusrat Mirza. The event that you held the conference was in 2010. Do you believe, sir, that then the Congress as well as the former Vice President are using your conference in a sense to shield themselves by justifying themselves, saying that, look, Mr. Mirza wasn't in attendance in your conference?
Yes, that is correct. He used the name of our conference now that so that if our intelligence agencies, government should not make any inquiry about the other conference which was totally illegal and the Vice President has attended without the clearance of the Ministry of External Affairs and Home Ministry.
A massive showdown has erupted days before the monsoon session of Parliament. Days after a massive backlash on banned words in Parliament, the Congress has highlighted another gag notice. Congress Member of Parliament Jairam Ramesh tweeted a notice by the Secretary General stating that members cannot use the precincts of Parliament for any sort of demonstration, dharna, strike during the monsoon session, which is set to begin from July 18. Jairam Ramesh, while slamming the centre, fired the Dharna Mana Hai salvo. The Congress has been strongly protesting the move, saying it will impede their ability to critique the government.
Why they did not allow to run the houses, Parliament houses during that period? Why they created agitations on the price hike, inflation within the house, outside the house, within the premises of the parliament. Whatever to say, whatever they do was correct or is correct. The country should now stand. It's not confined to parliament. The way it is a dictatorial term. Pure dictatorial functioning is going on right now. We should deplore it.
Okay.
Strongly.
Okay.
Not only condemn.
All Indians, all of us should be really concerned that, the way we are slowly, I don't know if we are going the Russian way or we are going the Turkish way, or are we, the way, democracy in India is being slowly smothered. And the BJP forgets that when they were in opposition, they had such a long, rope for them to do all protests, which is legitimate in any democracy. Now, and I believe that whether we are in government or in vice versa, we must ensure that the voice of the opposition is heard. I mean, there have been certain assemblies where we are in government, and otherwise in other places also across different political parties have banned certain words, and I think those also should be challenged for sure.
The idea for all these imposition seems to be restore order in the house. Well, our leader has always been against disruption and disorder in the house. Sharad Pawarji has always stood for it. But at the same time, you can't throttle democracy. You can't take away the rights of the members who are representing their constituencies, to speak out what they want to say by gagging hundreds of words, number one. Number two, now they say that protest is the hallmark of a successful democracy. You see, unless in a democracy there is a right to protest or there is a right to find fault and expose wrongs of the government, the democracy can never be sustained. And therefore, in the best interest of democracy, they must understand today they are on the treasury bench, tomorrow they may be on this side, and then they will realize that it's a blunder.
If not to oppose the wrongdoings of the government, then why there is an opposition in the parliament? It's our duty as an opposition to protest and to question and to challenge many of the deeds of the government, and for that we have to register our protest and not question that we will succumb before the government's dictates. We will protest for people's rights. We will protest to defend democracy.
Incessant rainfall continues to mount trouble for people in Gujarat's Navsari. Local administration and NDRF are carrying out rescue operations while children, women and senior citizens have been rescued. More than 100 villagers who've been stuck for the last 4 days are still waiting for help. Sharing their experience, the people who have been rescued said that they have been surviving without food for the last 3 days. Gujarat Minister Naresh Patel assured every possible help from the state government. Several parts of the country are witnessing heavy rainfall and more than 80 people have lost their lives in Gujarat in the fresh downpour.
Continuously, people have been rescued from the Gandevi village in Navsari, and behind me, the rescue operation of NDRF team, the live exclusive visuals on India Today camera. Clearly in the visuals, there are small children, females who are present over there. The villagers have been continuously rescued from this particular village. Let me tell you, over hundreds of people have been trapped inside this particular village, and for past 4 days, they are without food and water. The houses are completely submerged into the water. There was no chance for any rescue officials team to reach particular place, but now finally, after the little waters have resided, and let me tell you, it is not raining so heavily, but now the rescue operations have finally started. Now what the NDRF is doing is that they are making a proper human chain over there. You can see small children and females who are present, and let me tell you, there are several others who are still trapped inside this particular village, and now the NDRF making a proper human chain. The small children in the visuals, you can clearly see the children is now been rescued by all the NDRF officials. It's the most daring operation right now on India Today camera. Clearly
see, the visuals say it all, that how the human chain is being made. The water current is very much high, but the officials are trying to save the lives over here. And this is the salute to the NDRF team who is now saving so many lives, the people who are trapped inside. With camera person Sajid Alam and Ronak Jani, this is Saurabh Vakhtania in Navsari for India Today. We are right now in the Gandevi area of Navsari, and behind me visual can clearly see that how the rescue operations have started. The locals, the fire officials, and now the NDRF teams have also reached over there. Hundreds of people are actually trapped inside this particular village. The current of water is so much high. Small children and the females have now been rescued. They were without food and water over 4 days and completely trapped. But now the fire officials along with the local residents, and now here in the right side you can see that the NDRF teams have also reached. They are trying to remove as much as people from over here because the situation is extremely grim. The water current, you can clearly see that it's flowing so high, and right now the rescue operations have started. The live visuals here on India Today, you can clearly see that how the villagers are now being rescued because the situation was extremely difficult for the villagers to reach to particular place because there was no connectivity at all, and even the small boats were not properly being through that they can go to that particular village. So now finally after 4 days when the current is little slow, they have managed to tie the ropes, and through this rope they are trying to go inside the village and continuously removing people from this particular